Welcome, everyone, to the 209th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, February 1st, 2018. My name is Rick Crammond. I'll be your host today as we have yet another workshop with Mr. Kesh of the Kesh Foundation. And this workshop will actually be the beginning of the fifth year of continuous weekly workshops in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop series. And today we'll have a reading of the Persian language of the Earth Council Constitution, as well as the announcements from Mr. Kesh, which there'll probably be a few interesting surprises today, as well as the teaching that he is now famous for, I would say. So let's begin today's workshop. I think Mr. Kesh is ready, willing, and able to go at this point. Hello, Mr. Kesh, are you there?
Yes, good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever, whenever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers programs, today is a good day to start. February has always been a lucky day for the foundation. And to start the February 1st on a Thursday, will show February will be a massive hit for the Keshe Foundation worldwide. There are a lot of things happening, which in due course the foundation will announce. We will deliver a new way of what we call progressive direct teaching and many other things. This year our plan is to go into the lift and motion completely to show the first spaceship program. And as I see it in different directions, we are on target. We should be able to see the first what we call structures that we can move using the plasma technology. One of the main obstacle, not obstacle, in a way we were not ready for it because a lot of our people don't understand the total control system, and at the same time understanding that the power supply for attaining lift and creation of the structure without what we call tangible physical material is at the reach of the foundation. In the trials and tests which we have seen in past few weeks and few months, it seems that different part of the development from the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers is heading to that direction. I can see roughly, to put a date on it, we're about which month of this year. If we get everything right, we should be able to see the first structures. The biggest um, achievement was to create the plasma at the level that can maintain and overcome gravitational field forces of the planet. And this has been achieved thanks to our knowledge seekers and in a way their understanding. We have entered the phase of creation of the spaceship sphere and what we call lift and motion. This is a massive step. In a way, the knowledge has been all the time with us, even from the first teachings. If you go back into it, we can show it. But now the knowledge seekers are attaining the knowledge, the know-how, and they have entered the test entry, what we call the test phase. They have to build it. Once they achieve that, it should take us about 2 to 3 months, hopefully, if the space, what we call teachings, takes hold. And in so many ways, we will see a concentration of knowledge in one go. And then we should be able to achieve, sustain, maintain, and see the first what you call UFOs. Thanks to our knowledge seekers, we crossed the line sometimes late last year, but uh, we needed confirmation and in a way repetition. And then now some people in the foundation have started working on the system control, that the control of the creation of the fields become the backbone of being able to maintain the structure and lift. It's what we call one nation collaboration, as we call it multinational. There are at least 10 different nations in different parts of the Keshe Foundation involved in it. Some of them are not aware of what they're doing, they are part of the bigger structure, and some of them have and are deliberately targeting to that point. It is what I call multifaceted knowledge seekers program, and soon we'll bring all the 10 groups together in one point, and then it's just putting the jigsaw together and seeing, achieving and delivering the first spaceship. 2018 has been our target, and with what we achieved late last year, um, this has brought the reality in the total horizon of our knowledge. Thanks, and I congratulate all those who are working in the background, all those who understand and are trying to step up to control through what we call a school of thoughts and what we call the soul of the man. I get a lot of communications that um, a lot of you are for the first time understanding or start understanding, grasping the whole concept of the soul, and this is nice. This is what we really need to achieve, and in so many ways we are pushing not only the Keshe Foundation but the governments to move in the same direction. It is a lot of hard work, it's a lot of what I call sustainable teaching, and at the same time, in a way, start relating one side of the technology to other that we can all understand. One of the main points of our teaching, which is this understanding of the soul of the man, has become very important for a lot of our people. In the recent teachings, I tried to bring the accumulation of the what I call physical teaching, what we've done over years, into the contact and understanding of the soul of the man. And this has touched many of you. Now you start seeing physical interactions. You start trusting your own, um, what I call instincts, what we call maybe your eyes, maybe your emotion, and knowing that nothing of it has ever been accidental. Now we are gaining trust in our own, uh, in our own capabilities, in our own understanding of the structure of our soul. As I said, I was talking to one of our knowledge seekers this morning, early this morning, and I explained to her that listen to the teaching today, because she said she likes the soul teaching. Is she understands it, she knows what I'm talking about, and in a way, I said, I'll try to explain and take the knowledge of the soul one step further. And then we have to touch two other dimensions in the life of man in the universe. Without touching these two dimensions, man will not have the full knowledge to be able to exist, to live, to coexist in all dimensions of the universe. On this planet, in our teaching, we spoke about the man, which is dual interaction system, which is we breathe air and we take sustenance from the what we call matter entity of this planet. Then this is what we call ourselves horizontal people, because a lion is horizontal. His brain always moves in horizontal line in respect to magnetic field of the earth. If you look at all the animals, be it the lion, be it the, what you call it, the snake or whatever, our brain always moves in direction, in matter level, physical horizon of the planet. And these constant non-dimensional or one-dimensional movement creates certain amount of intelligence, but not the collection of it. When you come to the vertical people, which is plants, they have rooted themselves in the ground with the soul intact in one position, but they have, because they have put the soul in one position, they have created a vertical physical structure, what we call vertical people. But they still live a two-dimensional life, which means they live from the gaseous part and a matter state part, very much like a horizontal people as the animals. Man has gathered knowledge and has become intelligent, and we see this with many of the animals which gather this knowledge, that they live in two dimensions. We lie flat on a horizontal level when we rest, and then we get up and we go vertical. We get an attribute of two dimension, and that's why this movement of lying down and standing up and being able to live independently on the same direction in a long cycle of life, and we bend to pick things up and we cross the border of the horizon. What we have to understand is not that just because we can bend to pick this up and you go back to the position of the upright and then you lie down and you go flat and everything else, but we are very much like the planet Earth. That 5-degree angle has made the 4 seasons. This directional motion of the flatness and verticalness, horizon and horizontalness and a vertical, or being in particular to the planet Earth, has created the same condition. This brings maturity to absorption of many elements of this planet, being on the gaseous or being on a, what we call, matter Earth of it. But in the universe there are 2 further dimensions. Actually there are another 6, but man cannot see those at this moment of their knowledge. But 2 of them we are in touch with, and we never in the teaching gone into it because the knowledge of the foundation knowledge seekers was not there to expand and explore it. One is the liquid state. The liquid state is one of the states that is very common in the universe. This is the state of the animals which live what we call in the liquid life. We call it vertical. We call this liquid animals, fishes. Creatures who can live not only in the water, we have creatures who live within the lava of this planet. Lava of this planet is not just molten metals, it's full of life, extensively full of life, but a life which can live and survive more in the plasma state than in the liquid state of soul. Then we understand, we walk into the 5th state of life. When we had the vertical, we had the horizontal. Now we see in the liquid, but the liquid itself is in a way of water, which is a thinner state, or is in the condition of molten metal, molten condition composition metal dimension. These molten, what I call environments, are usually controlled by the gravitational magnetic field forces of the center. And then we have a 5th state, which is the state of life in plasma. This is the state of the life of the man in the soul, in the dimension of the soul. So we need to still to learn how to survive. How does a fish survive? If we go back and see how we have overturned the whole past knowledge fallacies in the life of the man, how we breathe oxygen and the oxygens are lung and then our blood, then we understand there is a misunderstanding in the life within the what we call liquid state life too. The what we call floating life dimension, where we had the horizontal and we had the vertical, the floating life in a direction of matter state, which is like water, is very much the same as the man's life. But in this dimension, it has limited itself to 2 things again. Instead of the gaseous, it has depended itself on a condition of the liquid, which is created from the composition of the gravitational matter state of environment plus the lightest. The creation of water in the universe, the way we see it, is very common. The state of life in a liquid way, the way we see it as water, is one of the most common states in the universe. Solid state conditions are common, but liquid is one of the most common ways. When man goes into space and finds out planets, one of the first thing he comes across is liquid state. Sometimes due to the gases compression, when they become matter state combination with the gas, sometimes liquid state in the combination of the matter states field forces, which are entrapped within the condition of the environment of the gas of the plasma. If you look at it, how the waters are created in the ocean due to interaction of the plasmatic magnetic field of the center of the earth, it has made a cup, and that cup creates a specific gravitational magnetic field which allows the amalgamation of the strongest gravitational field for the gases of the planet plus the weakest, which is oxygen and hydrogen, which leads to creation of the water. If you look further, we have done this before. The lung of the man repeats the same thing. The lung of the man creates the same gas condition through the breathing of the gases of it, and with it creates some moisture within the lung of the man. So we have seen repetition of macro in micro. We see it in the oceans, and we see repetition of the mixture within the lung of the man. Then we see life has a repetition. If you create a gas environment, or what we call gravitational magnetic field in the plasma state, not in the matter state, gravitational field strength, then the body of the entity anywhere in universe leads to creation of water or liquid condition, where the interaction can be in a way sustained, and the life in the dimension of what I call floating in a way different than the horizontal and vertical life can exist. This is the beauty when you go to central aligned, in a way, vertical gravitational magnetic field forces like the sun, like other planets. These kind of planets usually sustain a huge liquid in given condition in certain position in the solar system. We see these kind of liquid condition across the universe, where there is no entity, but you enter an ocean of the universe, which the ocean of liquid of this planet is like a drop in the ocean in reality. They're so massive, but they go nowhere because they are created out of the condition of the two heavier magnetic fields coming from different galaxies, for example, and in condition of interaction of the weakest galaxies, and they create this condition of liquid state in the universe. If we come to the point that this liquid creates itself a central field force, then it takes shape. It's like you just jump in the swimming pool, it has nowhere to go. This is one of the problems that our space development has to look for. The next step, after you go to this, it depends if the material field forces take shape in the strength of the inertia of the dimension of the strength of the entity, then you will feel very much like magmas. Liquid state, it does not necessarily need heat to be so hot as a magma, but it creates liquidity in a condition of the matter state. The difference between the water and the magma is huge, but we look at them both as a liquid. One is created out of the field forces of the gravitational field forces of the matter created by the gravitational field itself of the planet. The other one is when the field matter has reduced enough that it's taken the state matter but cannot release itself to what we call solidify. Solidification of entity is attribute between when the gaseous and the matter state needs to interact. It creates a friction point that it leads to solidification. We call it the surface of the earth. We call it the continent. We have to understand the true structure of the creation in the universe. Then we understand the difference between the liquid as a water and liquid as a magma, and why magmas, when they come, we call it volcanic eruptions, take the shape of the matter state. This is a huge conversion, and we look at it so easily, but in space we have dimensions which are just like this, and we have to merge in it. We have to be able to submerge in it. We have to be able to live in it. And then It comes to understanding of how you can live in these conditions. Living in these conditions are very easy, extremely easy, if the man understands the condition of the soul of the man. Then it brings you to the fifth stage of life in the universe. There are other states, and as the man matures, understand, then he can expand his existence across the universes in multiple dimensions in different galaxies. Multiple life existence in the galaxies is more or less very much one of the most favored ways to live if you understand the life of plasma in the universe is motion, is strength, is conversion, where operates in one dimension as a soul and it operates in another dimension as a physical matter. Very much like the body of the man. We have the soul which we have contained through the physicality of the brain of the man. And then we have the physicality which can be contained in the dimension of the soul of the man. In the teaching of past few months, I have brought you to this point, and many of you might have thought about it, but you could not understand or comprehend what it means. In the teachings, even on Tuesday, I tried to touch on this to make things ready for today's teaching. As I explained, when we die, when we go through process of the aging, when we come to the point of separation of the physical body of the man from the soul of the man, this process, it doesn't happen on the flick of a finger. We call it aging. From the moment that the body reaches a point of strength, there is like an automatic triggering, which means the physicality gets ready to separate itself from the physical soul of the man. And this is where we see slowly we age. In certain time, in the latter part of our life, we get aged very rapidly because the conversion and separation has set in. In so many ways, this is one of the pitfalls of the physical life. So when we get what we call old to a certain age, as there is a field strength position level, then it triggers the separation of the soul from physical life. And when that trigger point reaches the balance between the soul strength and physical strength at the lowest common denominator, this is when the death, physical death, separation of the soul from physicality happens. If we, for example, as I explained last teaching, want to extend the life to 1,000 years, to 10,000 years, is to keep this ratio higher on the physical side. Keep this higher on the soul side. So then you live on a soul level or you live on a physical level. Drinking and using environments which is heavily against magnetic field forces, it creates that dimension that the switch point does not come into operation. All we are doing, we drain the trigger point of the physical separation. This is why in the teachings of the past few weeks, I explained that in a coming time, man will reach to live 1,000 years or plus. Because now you understand. In being able to absorb balance fields of the need of the physicality, the point of the triggering of the separation of the physical soul of the man and the soul of the man just gets delayed. That's all we are playing. You can delay it into hundreds of thousands of years. Does not matter how you look. You can keep that balance. Because the age, the look does not count anymore. Because in the space we don't age the way we age on this planet. Because the condition of the aging is they're very much like the structures we see on this planet. If you go to places which is a continuous study, very short bandwidth of the temperature difference, buildings last centuries. You go to the northern hemisphere or go to the hemisphere which is extremities in the temperature, you see the buildings don't last that long because high heat of the summer and high cold of the winter creates corrosion, creates breakup of the structure. So buildings age more. They are going into different cycle. It's the same with the body of man. If we can create the condition with the ganses and with the field forces which the ganses create, or in the span of universe, that we can sustain feeding our physical soul, which with it creates our matter state of physicality, then the physical condition of the soul of the man in the matter state or physical state will last for centuries. Is us more or less in conjunction with the field force of the planet or the environment we live in, which triggers that switch. It's very much, I call it the central heating point. You are warm till 19 degrees, you set the temperature as 19. The minute you go to 18.9, the trigger comes in, the boiler starts boiling. It's the same thing in the strength of the soul of the physicality, which triggers at a point what we call the separation between the physical soul and the strength of the soul of physicality. And what we call, after a given time, the separation complete, the two entities take shape. Separation is complete without pain, without anything, it's just natural. We see, oh, he died in sleep. Because that separation in the last minutes, last hours, is literally, is like, very much like when you have a hypothermia. Extremities get shut down till the point where the brain and the heart has to be kept. Brain, which is the center of the soul of the man embedded in it, and the heart, which is the center of soul of physicality, they separate. And then we see each one takes its shape. Most of the energy levels which are at the soul level have already transferred to the cells, what we call the soul level of strength. Those who are of the physical matter souls stay with the body of the man. That's why when we die, we see the physical entity on the table. We see it there, we say goodbye to it. But in fact, the soul has already left the body, but still has a connection with it because it was created out of its manifestation of the creation of interaction of the fields of it. Then we understand for the first time, we become, we extended our knowledge to the point that we can dictate, determine, and control the point of separation. Then we allow the trigger point comes. I said my time in 100,000 years. And in that time, I hopefully have enough know what to get and what to sustain. That allows me to separate the physical matter from the point of interaction of the soul of the entity, or be it me. If you understand this, it brings us to the space technology very rapidly. This is a dimension of the existence of the soul of the man in non-dimensional physicality. Many of us, I explained this in many teachings. Go back and understand the teachings about ILS and MS. Understand the paper I've written in called ILS is the wish which comes true. Because I could not explain this at that time for you as knowledge seekers to understand. But if you read that, what is ILS? It means I decide the point of the separation. I wished for end of the physicality interaction in the level of his soul with his soul of the man. And I decided this is what I want to do. But because I have cut the ribbon, it doesn't mean that the rest has to do. I'm cutting a relationship, you're still my mother, but I don't want to talk to you. It doesn't mean you don't exist anymore. So you start cutting the telephone line, no letters, no visits, and everything else. It's the same. When you decide in the emotional level that I want to separate it, I want nothing to have to do with my physical life, emotion, with my soul, then you have to get the finger. The finger points out, you push the button. We call it ILS. So if man has such a power within it to switch off, man has such a power to be able to do a further thing, which is I give more on the physical level to the soul of me, that my soul encompasses my physicality, which means I live within my soul. For 60 years, 100 years, I entrapped I protected the soul to be seen with the physical existence. Now I transfer so much of my energy, so much of my field strength in the strength of the soul, that I expand the soul. This is what we teach, and you've seen in dynamic systems. This is the only way I could teach you that you could see, now you can relate to. If you start seeing dynamic systems, very soon we'll show you systems that you can see the fields. You will see that in the dynamic system, like the soul of the man, if we increase the field strength, the field strength allows the expansion of the tent of the soul, which will encompass the physicality of the body of the man. Then we can travel the depth of the universe, not with the physical condition outside, but with the soul of the man, which is the sun itself. But this time, as we have the command of the emotion in the physical dimension, we can dictate the position in the universe. In a way, we take the emotion of the man, which we have developed as the emotion of the within the structure of the physicality, to control the strength of the soul and the dimension of soul in the depth of universe. In a way, it's like a car. We get in it, we are cocooned in it, we come out. The car is on its own, but we are in it. It's a tent. We decide, we put the tent inside or we go inside the tent. Then we put the tent in a pack, we call it the physicality, and then we can open through the energy which we give for the extension of the tent to cover our physicality which we go in it. There is no other simpler example to explain. But this sits within the emotion of the man. Read the paper, read, understand two of most powerful papers I've written. Unified field theory, and then understanding of the I-less. My wish is my command. It's the wish which comes true. But man, out of fear of not being able to understand that he can reverse the position of the soul in respect to physicality, has never crossed that point. Some people have. We know we can do. It's a point very much on the extreme level, just beyond the end of the spinal cord and the beginning of what we call the small brain. At that point, we can switch. We go through the coma, but if we feel past the field strength of physicality, that's what coma is, then we can allow the soul of the man to expand to cover the physicality of the man. This is what all the teaching has been about. This is what I say and I've taught. You can expand your soul to accept other passengers. Go back to the very best teachings. Part of the teachings, I always explained, you trust the soul of the captain and you give your soul to him. Now you understand what it means. You become passenger of my soul, which expands beyond my physicality. And in trusting that I carry your soul with me, I can give back to you that you carry, you can manifest your physicality at any dimension. Now you see all the teachings over past years is taking shape in different dimension. So, in fact, every one of us, if understand how to be able to become detached from the physicality of the existence of the soul of the existence, that we can give from the soul at the level of the soul of the man, not at the soul of physicality, we can carry the physicality within the womb of the fields of the tent of the soul of the man. We don't need to demolish it, we don't need to destroy it, we don't need to leave it behind. Now the physicality gets fed from the soul of the man, internally, where up to now it was getting fed externally. In a way, if you look at it, it becomes to the very similar course we saw with before, where the soul comes into the center and the gans goes to the edge. Now it's the vice versa. But in this process, now the soul of the man feeds the physicality of the man, but this time is controlled and is timeless, limitless, and becomes the life of the creator. Man needs to understand this to be able to become a passenger of the universe. And this is where we are going now. Because with the development of the new plasma systems, We can feed the soul of the man at the strength that the soul of the man can take wings within the space of the universe according to the strength of the delivery of the plasma. Many of you never understood when I put the Maglev system on the table. You looked at the physical electrical current, where I looked for you to understand the physical current of the plasma of the entity. I gave you gold and you dusted to nothing because you never understood. And as you know, I'm a good actor. I pretend I made a mistake, but there was never a mistake in it. It meant my students never understood the totality. And when you don't understand, when you force feed a child, he spits it out, and you always spit the most beautiful knowledge of the universe out because you looked for the current flow in the cheapest, weakest level of the matter electron movement. And then you said it doesn't work. Because now you understand you have one of the most precious, powerful tools in the universe in your hand. If you understand the work of the plasma, the existence of the plasma, and the life of plasma in the universe, which is another dimension, which is the extension and the dimension of the soul of the man. I gave you a system to extend your souls, and you dusted it to nothing, which means you never understood. Which means you're not ready for it, and a teacher who's wise never pushes, waits for the time. But the time has come for the man to understand this beauty. But it's for you to understand. You looked to get 1 kilowatt, I gave you 1 trillion watts of plasma. It's very much, as I always say, I give you the most beautiful one in the world. When you're blind, how can you even understand the beauty? I give you the most beautiful creature in the world in a Maglev system, but you all were too happy it doesn't work. None of the Maglev systems any of you created ever failed. It's you who failed in understanding the concept of the technology which was given to you as a gift. Go back and restudy. Go back and understand. I gave you the beautiful sun and you looked for the crumb. It's not my fault. It means you did not understand. And in agreements we are making with the governments, it pushes us to show the beauty of the creature. The Keshe Foundation in the coming time will open negotiation with the world leaders on the delivery of technology on the existence of the plasma, not on meager electric current 1 kilowatt, 2 kilowatts. Because if it's there, what you value yourself, that's what you're worth. But if you understand it, then you can extend it to use the Maglev system in conjunction with the soul of the man to create a dimension of the structures which can take man within the universe within seconds. I made man in the image of myself. I made man to be my soul, not the physicality of my soul. Then you understand the teaching has taken different shape. And some of the Keshe Foundation researchers are reaching that point. You're looking for kilowatts, and I can show you megawatts with the same system. But that's mega electron vibration, the cheapest thing in the universe. I gave you the Rolls Royce and you're happy with the donkey, you're quite welcome to it. Get on the donkey. I gave you the most fastest flight system in the universe, you're happy to be on the back of a donkey or a bicycle, you're quite welcome to it. Because you haven't understood. It's no use forcing. It's no use giving a man multi-billion because he dusted to nothing, because he doesn't have the value of it, it's just free at the back of the line. Those who understand will create a condition in a deep space to travel. This is what I said, 2018 is a time for man to take into space, because those of you who understood the operation of the Maglev system, many of you have already should have achieved flight system. But you're looking for a vibration. I gave you the knowledge of the universe. And now you understand why so many times you got angry with me when I tell you You don't understand. Now you know you never understood. Maybe now you understand. Maybe now you understand that with understand the condition of the strength of the knowledge, when you transfer and you give enough to your soul, that in that process you manage to encompass the physicality. In the process of the fields of the soul passing the body of the man becomes purified, which means it comes to the point of no disease. Perfection from the point of creation. It's what we put you, very much like Dr. Rodriguez, in these frameworks, and you go in it and says, I've made myself a medical system with tubes on it and 20 magnet systems and 20 coils. What do? You extend, in a way, the tentacles of your soul's magnetic field to the dimension of these systems, but you don't see it. You look what I put in it, but you don't see what I've given for the soul to expand is a strength to me than the physicality of the body. So now everything in that environment becomes balanced and you walk away with the disease. But still, our medical teachers do not see it. They're still looking for a rotation here and a Gans there. So many times in the teaching, I explain it in a very funny way, but in a very direct way. You drink the Gans and you think Gans goes in there and give me something, and I do. And so many times I've told you, when you get the Gans, when you drink it, the plasma water, rub some of it on your skin, where the pain is. Then the field works, becomes what you drink becomes the soul of the man, and what you put on the skin becomes the physicality of the man. And then you strengthen the soul of the physicality internally to outside, it creates a balance, and that's the reason you get rid of the pain. This is how you eradicate the cancer. And what we see with our many doctors and the physicians who work in this, I put this and I did that, but none of them understood the totality of the knowledge. It's time to move. And as I say, we have a beautiful saying in English. He says, if I can't take you with friendly, I'd kick you and I'd take your hand. You can kiss as much as you like and shout as you like. I'd take you with me. And to take man into a space in 2018, it's coming to the point, does not matter how much you shout and cry, if we have to take you, we take you by hand. And we don't force feed you. We take you to a place when you understand the knowledge, which is within the soul of the man. The teaching of today is so powerful that if any of you understood, you can change, you can create, you can develop conditions when you can manifest your own soul and see the transformation of the soul within the body of the man where it takes hold. What we'll see on the streets is the shining stars, not the physicality of the man. But man prefers to be physical, get in the rain, frost, hunger and everything else because he hasn't learned what he's carrying. I'm a wise teacher, but I've taught enough that for you to be able to take the leap, not the leap of faith, but the leap of understanding the control and existence of your emotion, that with it you control the dimension of the soul of the man. And then you allow through that process, which is, I've mentioned many times, the soul of the man has the same emotion as the physicality. Does not matter if the soul is inside or physicality is inside. In the physical dimension of the existence of the man, we have entrapped the soul. In a way, we protect the soul through our physicality. But now the knowledge of the man has reached a point that we have to entrust that we can let itself to show itself as a soul of the man. The man at that point becomes a shining star. Then you get to the point of peace. This is the condition, precondition requisite to world peace. When, as become a star, we shine and we enlighten others. In fact, this is what I was teaching past few days. If those who spoke to me understood, this was the condition of the prophet of the past. They did not see the soul of the creator. They became the soul themselves, and through it understood the field strength of the universe within depth of the creation in Unicos. That's all it is. Now you understand. This is when Moses passed the physical condition through his own soul, and the interaction of the fields of the two suns, one enriched the other and became what you call, when he changed the position, the commandments. What you call as the fire is in fact the interaction of the soul of the physicality of the Moses, which passed the boundary of his physical existence, and interaction interacted with the soul of the creator, because it's at that dimension of strength is the soul of the man. I made man in the image of myself. The soul of the man carries the same as me, as the creator. In time, what we call the scholars of man will understand the teaching of today, and we weep in how much we have wasted life. So simple. Because we have to cross this line, there is no choice. The time and the place for man to join the universal community is now, and not in 1,000 years. The maturity has to come through the man, the soul of the man, to understand it's time to release the beauty which is we have felt inside. We have held inside for too long. We send our children to universities to get educated, and in the education they earn and they learn, they come to show the most magnificent systems that they could think of, which came from the, what we call elevation of the knowledge. Now we have enough knowledge that we can allow the elevation of the soul of ourselves. Thou shalt not steal. We are stealing from our soul, and as long as we do, we will not see the soul of the man encompassing the physicality of the man. Thou shalt not lie. We lie to ourselves because with it we find safety to stay within the dimension of physicality, not to face the fact that within the structure of the soul of the man is one of the most powerful souls, what are called the plasmas in their creation. Now it's for us to understand how much more and how many of the human beings are happy to sit in these cars and take work 48 weeks a year like a donkey, for 4 weeks to have a rest and pleasure of having a rest, or we take to the soul of the man, we have rest every second of the time in the universe, as the time is timeless. This time of 24 hours is man-made, and it's the most ridiculous things we have ever seen. If you can get fed from the fields of the universe, 80 years of the man life is nothing. But it's you who has put the time limit on it. And man should have understood from the physicians, when they tell you, you have ILS, you have 6 years, it means you gave your 6 years to separate the body from physicality. But in that process, you have elevated the soul to be separate. But what happens to the physical soul when you separate? It still exists in the dimension of the matter state of the gans of the planet, till it takes a new shape and a new life. It never dies. Man has enough knowledge now that if he finds the true remnants of the creation of the, what we call the life of billions of years ago, you can create dinosaurs in no time. All it needs to understand, to find the soul of the physicality, embrace it, feed it, and with it will create the soul of the creature. This is what we have to elevate our understanding. This is what is needed to understand, that for us to become detached from the dimension of physicalities. I tell you something, many of you now run to make this maglev system where we missed, and I feel pity on you, because the whole is for your soul, not creating an energy system. That in the process of development of the knowledge, we have created essences of trust and mistrust within ourselves. And that has been the biggest pitfall for all of us, the physical dimension. I started life with Caroline. She said, "Why are you here then?" I said, "We come here because physicality has a pleasure that we do not get it in the other dimensions. We can touch it, we can feel it, we can see the lie and deception in it, we can see beauty of love in it. And then we know how we can handle it." Now you understand what and how you need to progress. 2018 has to be the cycle of time when the man will take in the depth of the universe through understanding of his own soul, not through the spaceships. Those who take to spaceships, it means they still need nourishing. They still need to be given confidence to go to the next step. It's just very much like staying in the nursery, refusing to go into school. Now you understand maybe part of the teachings, how and why in past few weeks and months we went this way. Any questions?
Hi, Mr. Kash.
Hello, Dr. Azhar.
Okay, when you talk about the dimension you talk about is the same dimension people talk about. Like, I thought humanity is in third dimension, and we're supposed to move to the fourth dimension, and then we have another sixth dimension to go.
No.
It's not
No.
different.
No. When I was working as a nuclear physicist in British Nuclear Fuel, we were talking in 7 and 8 dimension. Those are the matter states. This is condition of existence. In the dimensions in physical life, we talk at the time, the temperature, the pressure and everything else. In the dimension of the soul, we speak about the strength of the soul. Each strength creates its own dimension. If you reduce its strength, it becomes the dimension of physicality. Read the writing of Baha'u'llah Blessed name, the 7 values. He speaks about 7 levels of the dimensions of the soul of the man. And even that, it just brings you into power to understand the next cycle. It's in the writing of Christ, or the people who wrote the true part, which is with the Jews, you will understand he spoke about 2 dimensions as he saw with the soul of the man. Muhammad, bless his name, never came wise to it, because he very rapidly got in the tangibility of physicality of the beauty of a woman. And then he chose himself 40 wives and 4 women permanent.
Mr. Kash, when you were talking about, I was listening to the Maglev teaching, the Blueprint Week, and then when you were talking about the Maglev, I suddenly felt like when you talk about the nano-coated copper, actually we don't have to have that nano-coated copper, the way the energy move from the GaNs state to the nano-coated and they come to the center of the copper as a DC or AC, because our body is the same way. It can work the same way as because we are the GaNs, so it's almost the same thing. Am I correct?
Yes, I taught this before. You're the first one who understood it. In the teachings of the past, I explained many times, when you nano-coat, you encompass the physicality in a way the soul comes out and sits inside the physicality, where the physicality up to now was the total holder of the energy. What we do in the gas production and the nano production is the same as what we just spoke about today, to embedding the physicality within the field forces of the plasma, what we call the GANs, or what we call in a matter state, what we call intermediate state, what we call nano layers. Is the fields now embed the copper, where the copper was the sign, there was the manifestation of physicality of the existence. We don't see the copper anymore, which is a real physical life, where it was outside and it was holding the fields of the magnetic field of the elements. Now itself has become shielded, it's become superpassed. In a way, if you look at it, nano coating of a copper and a copper before is the same as what we talk. We have to understand how to create nano layer, what we call the field of the plasma, that becomes the soul of the man, interacting the physicality of the man. And then when you have that field and you've seen why the nano layers are so dark, which means they can absorb all the fields, then go back to the very first paper I published called The Creation of Black Hole, the Physicality of the Man. And then when you have that field and you've seen why the nano layers are so dark, which means they can absorb all the fields, then go back to the very first paper I published called The Creation of Black Hole, where I say the black hole, even though it's black, is the essence of life, creation, and the control of everything. Then the skin of the copper is that black hole which absorbs everything. But we know through it is one of the best supplier of energy when you can release it as a gas in the dimension of the state of the field of the environment. The state of the soul of the man and the physicality of the man, in a simple way, has been shown through the nano coating and the structure of the copper. If you trust to see a copper to become black and then you create a gas to take its field, and then you understand in the process that we have shown we can use these fields to create the matter in their interaction, why don't you trust in your soul that you can do the same? It's the fear of greed, not the fear of existence. What can I do if it is how much more can I take, not what I can give, that I can elevate what we call elevate the soul of the others. As long as the man always looks what I'm getting from it, man will be in the bottom of the pit. When a man goes to the point of what I call love, what I can give unconditional, man will move on. Any other question?
Mr. Kesh, there's a question from Krasmir, who says, Mr. Kesh, elevating your soul to incorporate your physical soul, is it done with the help of GANs, or can it be done with time and understanding?
Understanding the strength of your soul. That's all. If you need help, you can use the gas, but you have to use, understand how to use it. You got busy with making cores and medical systems and magnet system for energy, and as a wise teacher, I'll let them play. They're not ready for it. As I said, I gave you gold, and you decided to play with what I call the dust of the earth, and that's your, not my teaching. It means you're not ready. I was talking to a friend of ours, and he says, do you know what has happened? I said, what? He said, now the Australian government, the Prime Minister has announced that is entering the production of arms and spending billions on Australia to become a military manufacturing technology center. I said, that's the end of the world. that's the time when the humanity has reached the bottom of the pit. Which means if you look who gives and look at the history of the background of the nation, you understand who's behind it. Those who use the soul of the man in the name of the religion. The devil sits within the structure of the physicality of the man, not within the soul of the man. And maybe that's the time for man to move within his soul. That does not allow what I call the misconduct of physicality to take shape. I have made a wish, not a wish in a way, I have made a decision, which, as I say, my wish is my command, or what I feel, what I need, what is needed every time. We will see the end of Rothschild family very soon. And with it shall come peace on this planet, and those who connected themselves to it. We see the end of the what we call Vatican operation, which is another arm of what we call kingship through the soul. And we see the kingship through the physicality, which is runs through the what we call monarchies. These processes has to be met that man finds peace. It's a prerequisite when everybody sees each other as equal. Those are the abuses of the soul, those are abuses of the finances, and those are the abuses of position. All three come to an end. I wonder what they weep when they sit in front and beg for their lives and their ancestors which they carry with them. We know the Vatican, the Pope has said it will be the last Pope, and it's true, we shall not see another.
Mr. Keshe, can I ask another question?
Yes, would you like to read your Persian version of the Earth Council? Yes,
Okay.
we can.
Okay, so you want me to read this now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I love Farsi, it's the soul of my life.
Okay, so you know, I have the Constitution on my computer, but I should just do a screen share and then show my screen, or can it be? Oh, it's here. Okay. So
Do you want to do that? If you want to do that, then
Rick, actually, you did great because that made my job easier.
okay. Then you'll have to just let me know when to go to the next page, and we can go one page at a time.
Okay, perfect. Before I go ahead and read this, I just want to say a few words in Farsi before I read it. به تمام کسایی که فارسی صحبت میکنن چه در ایران و چه در هر جای دنیا که هستین سلام میکنم و امیدوارم که به اندازه‌ای که من از این اساسنامه لذت بردم وقتی خوندم، شما هم بتونین اون لذتی که من بردم با هر کلمه‌ای که نوشته شده واقعا احساسش کنین. احساس کردنش بهترین چیز توی دنیاست، برای اینکه این چیزی که توی این اساسنامه نوشته شده توی چند سال دیگه به وجود خواهد اومد. ولی همه الان میدونن که مثلا حتی افغانستان آدمایی که اونجا زندگی میکنن خیلی زیر فشارن، ولی اگر اینو بخونین و احساسش کنین همین الان میتونین اینو انجامش بدین. یعنی نباید منتظر بشین تا مثلا 3 سال دیگه 4 سال دیگه این تمام دنیا رو بگیره. هر کسی که هستین، هر جای دنیا که هستین، بخونین و احساسش کنین و بتونین پخشش کنین به تمام کسایی که میبینین. هر جملهش که بتونین احساس کنین همون موقع اون رو انجام بدین. یعنی نباید صبر کنید تا مثلا 3 سال دیگه این انجام بشه. من وقتی اینو میخوندم اصلا تمام وجود من، تمام سلولای بدن من از خوشحالی بالا و پایین میپریدن. بنابراین همین چیزی که اینجا میبینین همین الان وجود داره. یعنی نمیتونین صبر کنین واسه فردا یا 1 سال دیگه یا 2 سال دیگه. خب الان شروع میکنم برای خوندنش. سیاره یک پارچه صلح. ما روح همه موجوداتی که به زمین سیاره مرتبط هستند اساسنامه زیر را ایجاد میکنیم. اساسنامه زمین سیاره آبی، یک ملت، یک سیاره، یک نژاد. next page. next page please. اساسنامه شورای زمین از این جهت ایجاد شده است تا تضمین کند که با دادن حقوق برابر به همه موجودات هرگز درگیری یا جنگ دیگری در این سیاره یا در روای آن توسط هیچ یک از مخلوقات و در میان ساکنان آن روی نخواهد داد. پایان جنگ و برقراری صلح از طریق شناخت توانایی‌های تمام موجودات حاصل خواهد شد. مسیری که برای تحقق صلح تنوین می شود باید بر اساس فهم این واقعیت باشد که رسیدن به راه حل به واسطه گفتگو و ارتقای روح طرف مقابل امکان پذیر می شود، نه به واسطه تحقیر یا تخریب روح یا وجود مادی او. صلح باید هدف تک تک حرکات وجودی تمام موجودات این سیاره باشد. شورا پرچمدار این حرکت خواهد بود تا محیطی ایجاد نماید که در آن بتوان صلح را بر زمین حاکم نمود. صلح باید سنگ بنای وجود باشد، هم در میان کسانی که از این سیاره هستند و یا تصمیم میگیرند در این سیاره زندگی کنند و هم در میان کسانی که اهل زمین هستند و تصمیم میگیرند در فضا زندگی کنند. زمین باید گهواره صلح برای تکامل همه نژادها باشد. ما شورای زمین تصدیق میکنیم که زمین بخشی از منظومه شمسی، کهکشان، جهان و تمام هستی است. به همین ترتیب لازم است تا با حمایت از سیاره زمین و تمام موجوداتی که در آن زندگی میکنند این سیاره به بخشی از چرخه خلقت تبدیل شود و خود را از چرخه فعلی تکامل به موجودیتی با شکوفایی و صلح بیشتر تبدیل کند. مام زمین از دیدگاه ما موجودی زنده است که روحی مستقل برای خود دارد. از هر اتم گرفته تا گیاهان، حیوانات، انسانها، حشرات، میکروب‌ها و چیزهای دیگر و همه آنچه که هنوز کشف نشده‌اند روح‌هایی هستند که ذات خالق و همچنین پهنه سیاره زمین را در خود به اشتراک دارند. ما در کنار هم روح جمعی سیاره را تشکیل می‌دهیم. ما تصدیق می‌کنیم که همه موجودات دیگری که در این سیاره زندگی می‌کنند هم از حیوانات، گیاهان، زیست‌بوم‌ها و سایر موجوداتی که دیده نمی‌شوند و همچنین خود مام زمین نیاز دارند که حمایت شوند، تغذیه کنند و در صلح و آرامش رشد کنند. همه در مسیر رشد و ترقی مورد حمایت قرار خواهند گرفت و این منجر به بهبودی زندگی نه تنها در این سیاره بلکه در تمام عالم وجود می شود، زیرا ما معتقدیم که جزئی از یک کل هستیم. همکاری متقابل، همیاری، اشتراک گذاری و کمک به رفاه همگانی باید مسئولیت اصلی شورای زمین باشد. Next page, please. هدف ما حمایت از سیاره به عنوان یک کل و تمام موجوداتی است که در اینجا زندگی می‌کنند. ما تلاش می‌کنیم تا محیطی مناسب برای پرورش و همزیستی ایجاد کنیم که همه موجودات بتوانند به شیوه منحصر به فرد خود در آن رشد و نمو کنند. 6 عضو شورای زمین. هر قاره از زمین توسط یک عضو نمایندگی می‌شود، یعنی آفریقا، آسیا، استرالیا، اروپا، آمریکای شمالی و آمریکای جنوبی. هر عضو نماینده نیازها و آرزوهای مردمی است که در قاره خود زندگی می‌کنند و همچنین تمام موجوداتی که در آنجا زندگی می‌کنند. فرایند انتخاب: اعضا باید حداقل در 2 قاره زندگی کرده باشند و حداقل به دو زبان صحبت کنند. این باعث می شود تا هنگام در نظر گرفتن نیازهای همه انسان‌ها درکی وسیع‌تری داشته باشند. شفافیت روح: 6 عضو شورای زمین اینجا هستند تا از شناخت روح تا تجلی جسمانیت خود خدمت کنند. Next page, please. تعهدات شورای زمین: برای حمایت و خدمت کردن، تدارک و حفاظت نمودن. این شناخت را به روح خود القا نماییم که قدرت اداره کردن در درون ماست تا با سایران در تعامل باشیم و همزیستی مسالمت آمیز ایجاد کنیم. قصد ما این است که برای هر موجود زنده در این سیاره آبی که زمینش می‌خوانیم بهترین ها را به ارمغان بیاوریم. روح خود را در موجودیت تجلی بخشیم. برای آزادی، برای زندگی در صلح، محبت و اعتماد روی این سیاره و در فضا. آرزوهای ما برای تمام موجودات زنده در نظام آفرینش این است که در صلح، سازگاری و آرامش زندگی کنند. اینک زمان این فرا رسیده تا منابع را به تساوی و منصفانه بین تمام موجودات تقسیم کنیم. Next page, please. شورای زمین تلاش و پشتیبانی خواهد کرد تا تمام موجودات از آنچه در زیر آمده است برخوردار شوند. 1. آزادی گردهمایی. 2. آزادی بیان. 3. آزادی جابجایی. 4. رهایی از گرسنگی. 5. رهایی از کمبود منابع. 6. آزادی کشف میسر در شناخت روح خودمان. 7. آزادی یادگیری. 8. آزادی برای مشارکت در جامعه با توجه به استعدادهایمان و آنچه میتوانیم انجام بدهیم. 9. آزادی برای انتخاب فردی در این رابطه که چطور و چه زمانی میخواهیم در جسمانیت متجلی شویم یا خیر. 10. آزادی از تعلق داشتن به دیگران. 11. آزادی از سرکوب فناوری‌های جدید و نوآورانه و اطلاعات مربوط به برنامه‌های صلح‌آمیز. 12. آزادی برای اشتراک گذاشتن. 13. آزادی اندیشه. 14. آزادی عشق و بخشش. 15. آزادی انتخاب. 16. آزادی زبان. 17. آزادی از نظام پولی. 18. رهایی از مجازات، رهایی از اسارت و اعدام. 19. رهایی درگیری و جنگ. 20. رهایی از ترس که دیگران این آزادی‌های ما را انکار کنند. هیچ مرز ملی یا منطقه‌ای تبعیض بر پایه رنگ پوست، نژاد و روش‌های اعتقادی، هیچ گونه تعصب فرهنگی و یا موانع مالی وجود نخواهد داشت که افراد را از هم جدا کند یا به صورت غیر منصفانه مزایایی برای کسی به ارمغان بیاورد. القاب موروثی یا حاکمیت ارثی که شامل پادشاهی، دیکتاتوری خانوادگی یا سلطنتی به هر عنوانی باشد وجود نخواهد داشت. ترس از مجازات برای هیچ جرمی وجود نخواهد داشت. ارتقای روح کسانی مرتکب اشتباه میشوند لغو تمامی شکل‌های زندان و مجازات اعدام را میسر خواهد کرد. تمام موجودات به واسطه آموزش و تشریک دانش در سطح روح خود را ارتقا خواهند داد. مجازات در فهم قدرت نیروی خود در سطح روح جایی ندارد. Next page, please. نیازی به یک نظام پولی نیست که کالا و خدمات را با کار معاوضه کند. ما محیطی ایجاد خواهیم کرد که پول در جامعه جایگاهی نخواهد داشت. وقتی تمام نیازهای مادی همه موجودات برآورده شود، کار به منظور لذت بردن خودمان و دیگران انجام خواهد شد. پایان دوران نظام پولی، آغاز عصر انسان‌های سالم و عشق واقعی بین همه در این سیاره آبی زمین خواهد بود. کار باید برای لذت خالص آن، با لذت بردن از خدمت به دیگران و ارتقای روح دیگران و همچنین خودمان انجام شود. همه کسانی که مایل به خدمت به عنوان تصمیم گیرندگان و راهنمایان هستند می توانند با درک روح خود و کسب رضایت دیگران خدمت کنند تا آنگاه بتوان نقش مورد نظر را تحقق بخشد. بالا بردن سطح فهم به ما امکان می‌دهد که نقاط قوت منحصر به فرد یک موجود را بشناسیم که به وی امکان می‌دهند به دیگران خدمت کنند و موجب ارتقای تمام بشریت بشوند. این افراد در مسیر روش ساختن به الهام بخشیدن به دیگران خدمت می‌کنند. رهبری از روح انسان نشاط گرفته با توافق دیگران برای خدمت امکان پذیر می‌شود. ما به تمام شکل‌های همه موجودات در این سیاره آبی زمین و فراتر از آن احترام می‌گذاریم. تمام موجودات در این سیاره مستحق برخورداری از آزادی‌های یکسان مانند آزادی برای زندگی در صلح با دیگران در محیطی لبریز از احترام متقابل هستند. ما باید آزادی انتخاب برای زندگی به شیوه مورد نظر خود را داشته باشیم، البته تا زمانی که نسبت به دیگران با ملاحظه و احترام برخورد کنند. تمام موجودات این سیاره باید مورد حمایت قرار گیرند تا بدون کمبود زندگی کنند. دسترسی اساسی به سرپناه، آب، غذا، ایمنی، مواد و آزادی‌های استفاده از انرژی، زمین یا منابع جهانی باید یک اولویت باشد و همچنین صلح و ثبات برای سلامت حالت عاطفی و نیل به ضمیری روشن. تمام گونه‌ها به عنوان مخلوقات منحصر به فرد و متنفع خالق شناخته می‌شوند و مایه غنا بخشیدن به زندگی ما محسوب خواهند شد. تمام افراد باید کسب دانش، حمایت و تشویق شوند. بشر به طور ویژه برای کشف و شناخت این دانش به آزادی نیاز دارد که آن هم بدون نیاز به کار مدام برای بقا امکان پذیر است. ایجاد ابزار برای تبدیل شدن به انسان‌های مستقل و مسئولیت پذیر باید یک اولویت باشد. روح هستی با روش مسئولانه از زندگی، عادلانه، صحیح، منصفانه به نفع تمام next page please خلقت و با برابری کامل حکمرانی خواهد کرد. برای اولین بار در تاریخ بشر با اراده آزاد از سطح روح یادگیری و شناخت روح از بدو تولد آغاز خواهد شد. هنگامی که بلاهای طبیعی رخ می‌دهند باید به کمک همه موجودات در منطقه بشتابیم و بدون اینکه هیچ گونه تفاوتی قائل شویم از همه حمایت کنیم. این شامل شناخت زیست‌بوم‌های سیاره و آنچه همه موجودات در چرخه زندگی خود نیاز دارند می‌شود. همه موجودات هنگام فراوانی نعمت و هم در زمان فاجعه باید منابع را با هم تقسیم کنند. هنگامی که اختلاف رخ می‌دهد باید برای رسیدن به یک نتیجه صلح‌آمیز برای همه احزاب مذاکره کنیم. تا بشریت باید در صلحی پایدار باشد. این تنها زمان قابل دستیابی است که نیازهای همه احزاب مورد توجه قرار گیرد. همه موجودات مستحق حفاظت در برابر آسیب جسمی و روحی هستند. Next page please. فرایند تصمیم گیری. هیچ اکثریتی آزادی‌های هیچ اقلیتی را نقض نخواهد کرد. توافق از طریق گفتگو و ارتقای روح انسان حاصل خواهد شد. تمام تصمیمات باید به نفع همگان باشد. تمام موجودات مورد احترام، رفتار عادلانه و برابری از تمام جنبه‌ها قرار خواهند گرفت. روح موجودات هر اقدام را به شیوه صلح‌آمیز اداره می‌کند. برقراری صلح در سیاره و بین همه کسانی که در اینجا زندگی می‌کنند باید همواره هدف ما باشد. تلاش برای رفع نیازهای همه تنها راه رسیدن به این هدف است. Next page please. دعوتنامه. همه موجودات از کوچکترین تا بزرگترین مخلوقات بیایید تا طعم صلح، محبت، اطمینان و آزادی را حس کنیم و آن را در آغوش بگیریم. همه موجودات برای ارتقای انسان به بالاترین سطح و آگاهی همگانی ارتقای روح اینجا هستند. این انسان‌ها تمام سلاح‌های عامل خشونت، نفرت و تبعیض را زمین بگذارید. بیایید تا صلح و آرامش را در این سیاره آبی که زمینش می‌نامیم حکم‌فرما کنیم. همه موجودات زنده در هماهنگی با تمام مخلوقات در این سیاره آبی که زمینش می‌نامیم و تمام عالم زندگی خواهند کرد. اصول راهنمایی رفتار مادی تا زمانی مناسب قلمداد می‌شود که انسان‌ها کاربرد و موقعیتشان را در چارچوب اصول جهانی درک کنند. انسان سزاوار دانستن همه چیز در سطوح مختلف خلقت است. تمام موجودات زنده آزادی برابری دارند تا در اینجا بر روی زمین و ماورای آن در صلح و آرامش زندگی کنند. روح تمام موجودات بهترین استعدادها، نیروها و زیبایی‌ها را برای به اشتراک گذاشتن به شکوفایی در سراسر خلقت به نمایش خواهد گذاشت. قدرت روح برای حکمرانی بر تمام موجودات زنده بر زمین برگردانید. قدرت به هیچ یک از رهبران یا موجودات به منظور کنترل یا سلطه بر دیگران تعلق ندارد، بلکه از درون ما برای دوست داشتن و بخشیدن صلح، عشق، سعادت و آزادی به دیگران ناشی می شود. این اساسنامه زمینی بهترین منظور را برای صلح، عشق، اطمینان و آزادی روح همه موجودات زنده و همچنین سایر موجودات مجموعه خلقت را دارد. هدف این اساسنامه قدرت دادن به همه موجودات برای انجام کارهای صحیح و لذت بردن از کار و خدمت کردن در کنار سایرین برای دیدن زیبایی خلقت است. Next page, please. این اساسنامه قابل تغییر است و در صورت نیاز میتوان آن را در هر زمانی بازنویسی نمود. به عنوان مثال رفتار انسان برای همزیستی مسالمت آمیز، پیمانهای صلح بین انسان و انسان بدون جنگ و با هر گونه خشونت در این سیاره آبی که ما زمین مینامیم و برقراری ارتباط با موجودات دیگر در نقاط مختلف عالم. اساسنامه سیاره آبی زمین در ماه ژانویه هر سال به روزرسانی خواهد رسید. ضمیمه: این بخش به منظور افزودن اصطلاحات در آینده که برای حفظ صلح دائمی در این سیاره آبی زمین و فراتر از آن ضروری خواهد بود خالی گذاشته شده است. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Azar. Very nice.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you very much, Azar John. I'm sure when this message is read by different people in different languages, when it's read in your own mother tongue, which touches the soul of the man, it creates an emotion inside the man. That emotion brings home the need for what we've been craving for peace. Mainly peace in the soul of the man, not in the, what I call dimension of physicality. Thank you very much, Azar. It was beautiful. And it brings back so much the beauty of the Persian language. It's a poetry in writing. Thank you very much for those who helped in the background to translate.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Azar. Any other question?
Mr. Kesh, we are ready.
Oh, that's good. You're supposed to go, then I will understand. In this part, as part of being able to extend and expand the teaching that covers most of the languages, the teaching of the Keshe Foundation, FSSI, which is Keshe Foundation as an institute of organization of what we call itself, and the Spaceship Institute, which is the development of the tools of the space. We have created KFSSI, which is the teaching art, which means we understand the knowledge of the foundation and we understand the knowledge of the space and how we connect it. What I call the pleasure of carrying this headache, what we call the head of the Keshe Foundation, FSSI, has been accepted by Jim from Australia. And he has brought a lot of changes, and one of these changes he's brought, which is very nice, is the new website. And today we open a new website of KFSSI, which brings the knowledge of the man from the soul of the man to the work of the foundation to the space development technology. Most of the teaching of this space will come through this channel, and many of you are students and many of you have joined these teachings through KFSSI. I'll leave it to Jim to explain, who has developed this new website. What a Keshe Foundation FSSI is beautiful. And thank you very much for your hard work, Jim, and your team.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. It's been quite a pleasure and to create this site along Lisa, myself. I've worked the past couple of months with a wonderful team in Nepal. And we've created a wonderful site that we hope a lot of people will get a lot of joy and information out of it. The purpose for the website was to create a destination for people, to create a place where people can come and learn. You know, all of us know, and including myself, when we try and start to understand this technology, there's just so much information. There's thousands of videos on YouTube and information, and we just don't know, most people don't know where to start. So what we've created is a bit of a journey for people where we start with the science. So we start understanding what is plasma, and how we can use it in our everyday life. So what is the benefits for me when I'm understanding this plasma? And then we create a path for you to learn. And so we will guide you down a path to learn and show you step by step what you need to watch, what you need to learn. And the whole purpose is we then lead you right into the center where essentially the science meets the soul, and you begin to understand that this technology is leading you from the sort of physical science aspects of it, and you understand the science that leads you down into understanding your soul. And at the very end of the website, we begin to get down to understanding your soul. And then when you begin to realize that the journey leads to your soul, then we essentially ask you to go back to the beginning of this website and start again so that you can understand all this science and technology from the perspective of the soul. Vince is just going to roll through some of the pages there. So we look at what is plasma. There's a lot of people, it's the first question that a lot of us gets asked. And so we hope we can just explain it in a very simple way. And as Vince scrolls down further, we get down to certain animations which we're quite familiar with. But right at the bottom is these 5 videos which were brought out many, many years ago. Very short 10-minute videos, but they are so important. And yet they were sort of at the bottom of the pile of the YouTube pile of thousands of videos. So it's important that people can just watch and just to understand the very basics through these series of 5 videos. So that's your first page on trying to get an understanding of what plasma is all about. When we go to the next page in terms of its uses, obviously a lot of us will ask, well, okay, this is very, very nice, but how does it benefit me? And so we give you a brief introduction on the benefits of plasma and how it can affect us in our everyday life. We give you a little bit of introduction there. And for those of you that have enjoyed and built your MagRavs, we are achieving sort of nice electrical reduction in our bills. And for a lot of us, this has become a bit of a side issue because the main effect is the person and interaction that the MagRav has changed a lot of our personalities and affected our soul in a deep way. We understand that we create the GANs, so it's the matter creation through field interaction. So we explain there how we create the GANs just from the fields all around us. Agricultural uses, these are all nice practical applications that people can do in their everyday life and see how the effect of the plasma is, and how it can affect nature. So we've tried to pick on a couple of uses where it can appeal to a broad spectrum of people to try and get them interested in this technology. Health being a very important one. We're all interested in how this technology can affect us from our health perspective and our illnesses and diseases and how these can be processed. And so a lot of this site is providing that information for you so that you can actually educate yourself. Transport and motion, same thing, giving us an idea, a little taste of what the future holds for space travel and motion here on Earth, with creating our own crafts, and ultimately where the science meets the soul. And that's ultimately the end destination for a lot of us, is to understand our soul. And then the space technology, and that's where a lot of this all leads to. So that page just gives you a very brief description for people as to how this technology can affect our everyday lives. when we go to the next page, it's essentially beginning your journey of enlightenment. And you need to start so you can learn more. This is a wonderful interview with Mr. Kesh, also made several years ago, but still very relevant to today, explaining the science. A lot of you will know the Understanding Plasma Science 12-part series, so that's there available as sort of your first port of call to start learning science with the PowerPoints that now are available. So all those are there. You then can, once you've done those, you can then go on to your next leg of journey, which is to watch all the kids Knowledge Seeker workshops. There's 22 of these workshops, also made several years ago, but they are actually made by Rick and Kayvon with Mr. Kesh. And they will contain huge amounts of valuable information. So those are certainly a must view to watch those. And obviously we're watching the Knowledge Seeker workshop every Thursday or Thursday morning as well. Very important to keep up to with the latest information. And you got through the various channels that one can watch. And so it's all there, it's all been available for us all this time. We just put it into a format and a flow, step-by-step process that one can follow and make it a lot easier for all of us. And if this information is all public and available, and if you're really interested to learn more and would like to become a knowledge seeker, then one can come and register as a private student and join our self-study private portal, so which is the next page. So this is for information for people that would really like to delve deeper into this technology. Very simple process. When you become a private student, one gets access to all the private workshops that have been held since May 2015 and earlier. So they're all there available for you to watch in your own time. And we can guide you through with those as well. And you can also contribute to the teaching of private students. So there's just the annual donation of €100, gives you access to all the past workshops. You can form your own study groups and work together with fellow students and really go into depth on different topics. Simple requirements there as before, so just with the normal forms. Just the options to renew and the different languages that are available with the 3 semesters. And then we do have a couple of specialized study programs for those that are really interested and would like to join the health teachings. These are private teachings that are held every week. And for the private agricultural teachings and the Mosan teachings, when those programs will be accepting new people for that program. So those are all the programs available for private students. When we come down to the public teachings, we have on the English side, we have quite a few that are in the public at the moment. We've got the Plasma Experience Testimonials, which is once a month. We have the Knowledge Seeker workshops every Thursday. And these are available on the different channels that one can just click on and go directly to those different channels. You've got the reactor group there with host Rick Hammond, and you have the One Nation, One Planet. for World Peace. That's on a Tuesday at 4 in the afternoon. And then starting from Monday, 5th of February, we'll be starting a new series of Exploring Plasma Science. So we just hope that you do join us again on Monday mornings at 10 o'clock CET time, and we'll go into a bit more depth on each subject there. And then to make it easier, we've created a nice Google Calendar here, and where one can download your Google Calendar. It gives you the teachings for the year. We have all the different language teachings, all the different English teachings, and so you can download this Google Calendar, and it will just give you a reminder 10 minutes before each one of the teachings happens every day. So with all these teachings going on around the world, there's over 100 teachings and workshops being done by the teachers at the KFSI. So there can be no time in the day where you cannot join, even if you're wanting to join some of our language teachers' teachings. There are many people in there that are bilingual, and so one can happily join them and learn from the different language groups as well. On the language page, we've just started with the languages because we are going to be working with each of the teams in the next 2 to 3 months, so that we can add all their information and page and that they would like to add to this website, and all the links and connections that they have and that they've created. So all this information will slowly be added over the next 2 to 3 months. So please come back and have a look as we add to these different languages. And as some more information, we have the electronic papers available that Mr. Kesh has written many years ago. There is also some Kindle books that are available. These original Kindle books are it creates a brief summary of the Knowledge Seeker workshops from number 1 all the way up to number 77. We've also got the Understanding Plasma Science as a Kindle book download now as well. And then for those interested in the nature and agriculture, the Gardeners and Growers workshops have also been created into Kindle books that one can download and read. So it's just another format for people that they can read this information instead of watching videos, and can watch the videos at the same time as well. We've also created a resource page, which we will continually add information to as information is developed by many people. So it's just quick links to the KF Wiki, quick link to the Knowledge Seeker workshops, also to the blueprints on how to make your own MagRav, the agricultural teachings there. And then for those interested in on-site workshops, you can go and click there and go to that site, which gives you all the details on how to do that. And then we have a couple of affiliate people that we sort of worked with that does help us with the Golden Age of GANs. And then some other links that one can connect to on the site as well. So it gives you all that information available. And then we get to the volunteer page. And here we just provide a bit of details on how one can help with the foundation in different ways, from being a transcriber that can help a couple hours a week, to translator, and those that would like, that have learned enough information, would like to start teaching in their own language that we don't have represented. We welcome and we'll guide you in getting you started. And if there's any other bits of information that you'd like to volunteer, then you can just fill in a bit of information and we can get back to you and see how we can help. And then we come back down to the Science Meets the Soul. And here we'll also be adding information over the time. We managed to find 3 lovely passages from July teachings last year. So it gives people a nice, when they read them, gives them a nice understanding of what the soul is all about. So just scroll further down. And these were lovely passages, so it gives people that, hopefully would inspire people a bit more so that they want to learn more and teach themselves by reading these 3 short passages. And then ultimately with the link so that they can go and watch more of those particular workshops that started in July last year from the Blueprint for Peace for Humanity, where Mr. Kish started on a lot of the basic teachings of the soul. And then ultimately one gets to the end of the website realizing that, yes, it does come down to all about the soul. And then so we do encourage you to go back to the beginning again. But now when you are watching these videos and understanding them, start thinking about it from the perspective of your soul. And you will then see these and listen to these videos in a very different light. So we hope you enjoy this. Try to make it easier for people to follow so that people can get a quite nice understanding of what this technology is all about. And we will be adding constantly to the site, so please come back and continue to learn. So I'd just like to say thank you to Sanjeeb and his team for all the work over the last couple of months, and then to Vince as well in the background, getting this up and ready for us for today. So thank you.
Thank you, Jim. That is incredible piece of work, this whole website. I am so happy to see this. I can see how it's so nicely laid out and easy to search, and it's beautiful. It is beautiful in many ways. Thank you so much for all the people that have put the effort in to make this possible. I'm speechless. It's really, really nice to see.
And Jim, where is this website? Rick, do you have
It's very, very simple. Just do it. Well, go ahead, Jim. You can say it yourself.
It's kfssi.org.
Yes, really easy to remember.
you.
Elisa and I had a lot of fun in this website, so we really enjoyed it, and along with Sanjeeb and his team, I think we taught them a lot, and they taught us a lot, so we worked very well together.
I almost want to go back through again, see the whole thing again.
I'll go through it in detail on Monday when we start with the Exploring Plasma Science, just to give it more detail on people and so that they can see what is available for them.
Yes, it might be good to highlight one particular part for each Knowledge Seekers workshop and show it in more detail and what people can expect there and so on.
Yeah, can do that as well.
Okay, Mr. Kesh, are you
Yes, I'm here.
carry on there? Thank you.
We've been waiting months and years for the birth of this child. And now it's so beautiful. Thank you very much. This brings a new meaning to the teaching, and this is what we've been waiting for. It's absolutely fantastic. It still needs developing as more and more of us joins in. Part of the work at the moment sits with all of us to be able to transcribe and translate to the languages which are not there on the screen. One of the biggest problems will come when us speaking different languages, do not transcribe these into our own languages. That our nation, as a language speaking across this planet, will fall behind, but not understanding what is being taught. So it's a responsibility of all of us to make sure, even if it's in our own language, never look that my translation is no good, I cannot translate. When you come to translate and transcribe, you carry the soul of the knowledge, not the writing of the knowledge. And what you transcribe will be correct. Even if you make a mistake, by the one who will read it will understand the totality in his own way. The fear of failure is the failure itself. Fear of making mistakes create mistakes. And this is what we have to overcome. We always been made so frightened of ourselves making mistakes and doing something wrong that will be punished with it, that we don't do anything not to get punished. There is no punishment. Even if you translated the wrong word, the wrong way, it means somebody down the line reading it will be inspired to create something good. Maybe this is the reason we make a mistake in transcribing and transwriting, or what you call translating. It means we have to reach a soul which would not have reached if it would have been the correct way. Making a mistake makes a man think, and then when he thinks, he sees different light. Translated in every language, that the burden will not be on us letting the people who don't understand the language, which is in English, become the cause of falling behind. In any level, because if there is a mistake, somebody who reads in your language and sees a mistake still correct it. But not doing it, there is nobody else to read it to correct it. That will improve the life of the others. Please, this is a fantastic piece, and the way the education side we see now developed full languages on a weekly basis is an opening for us. In the coming weeks, we'll announce live television broadcastings. As we have said, hopefully we'll come to some agreement with this in the coming weeks, that up to 20 hours of weekly teaching will be organized. As there is a possibility that this can be achieved in the coming months. And then we have to transcribe and translate teaching on televisions. This is what will come in the back of this once we pass this point. Vince, please speak to Stanley urgently. There is a message there for you. And we request you to talk to Stanley urgent, Vince. There's a thing needs to be sorted in the background. Pardon?
Yeah, I'm taking a look at it.
Please immediately take action on that, please. The whole structure of the teaching is to spread the knowledge. That, as we said, by creating pattern that people cannot read, man deprive the others from elevating their knowledge. Now that we have done with the patterns, the only thing which will deprive another man is the translation of the language of the knowledge. And it's the responsibility of every one of us to make sure we do not fall behind, as was hidden in patterns, be hidden in language. Does not matter what language you speak and you're not good in English or you're good in English, Google gives you translation, transcribing, and the others will come and correct it. And this is essential for all our work. And thank you very much, Jim. It's a fantastic job. And as a member of the board of directors of the Keshe Foundation, you have understood exactly where the weakness in the structure was. And I thank you, Annelies, as a member of the Earth Council, in what you have brought and the effort you put in the background in bringing this thing out. And hopefully with it we'll see the changes in SSI and Keshe Foundation websites in the coming time. We need to understand there is a lot of effort is going in the background in development of these technologies, these kind of sites, this kind of transfer of knowledge. If you look at it, what we just seen explained by Jim, he breaks all the rules of present time. Patent, control of knowledge, controlling to make money of it. We share it freely and we let you to do it. If there is something to be made from the knowledge you gain, in the coming weeks we'll support you to commercialize it. There is a structure, international structure, which has been agreed on verbally, hopefully it'll go on the paper in the next few weeks, that does not matter what you make, where you make, in which country and where. The Keshe Foundation backed, owned, partially organization is on the horizon, where what you understand from the knowledge and you transfer it, be it a patch, a new way of patch, or the same patch as the others, but in different part of the world. Very much a structure of what we call Amazon and Alibaba is on the horizon, but exclusively and totally devoted to plasma technology, the Maghraf system, for every single man on this planet. The agreements has been reached. It's just a matter of bringing in the company which we're talking to, will deliver this technology. So the Keshe Foundation, in a way, becomes a platform of itself for all products through a subsidiary to be given worldwide platform. Which means if you're making patches at home or you're making crystals with different effects, we're using Maghraf technology or GaNs or whatever, you can go and point it and place it in this international commercial site and operate through it and create a livelihood for you. We leave it to individuals and the company which is set up with the management of the company to create parameters. We'll establish in the long run what we call the storage facilities and dispatch centers and the others. But it's for you to submit your products to the line, and in a way we'll get the international coverage with it. Keshe Foundation has moved into a totally different dimensions in the coming weeks and months. We'll explain more and more. And in that process, we, as of 2018, break into the world market in a very heavy way. In the coming months, you should be able to purchase shares holding in the Keshe Foundation at a certain given value, and then the market will offer up publicly. We are working in that direction, but this is about 12 months, 2 years down the line. The initial stages of the work has started. Keshe Foundation will become a publicly owned, limited organization with a massive shareholding by Keshe Foundation, majority shareholding, and with our partners in this process. We finance through our work the freedom of man, creation of peace, and with it we support. Our foundation will be based, our work on one nation, one planet, one currency, will be based on the knowledge. No weapon, no what we call GDP on how much arms we sell, but how much peace we create. This is the beauty of the new order of the Keshe Foundation. We have brought new order to the balance of the soul of the man. And this needs a lot of thinking, and we have partners which have joined us, and more will join us to see this through. In due course, you will hear what is happening in the right way. But everything we told you, we are structuring it, we are achieving it. And in this process, the ultimate aim of the foundation is what we read in the manifesto, in the mandate of the Earth Council. That all of us benefit by it. All of us have something to do. We do it out of pleasure. And I received a beautiful picture, which I think explains a lot of things. And it brings, when I saw it, it touched me beyond imagination, and I could not believe such a simple picture can make such an effect. And I tell you what it is. Rick, I'll send you this picture, and please put it on, and then I'll explain it exactly where we are going and what it is, why this picture is so so amazing for all of us in so many ways. It's a breakthrough beyond understanding and imagination, but the way what it carries, what message it brings, it is soul breaking, but in so many ways changes many things for humanity. In so many ways, this picture changes life, and I enjoyed seeing it. And Rick, I send it to you.
How did you send it, Mr. Keshe?
You should be able to get it on your Zoom, I hope.
Okay, let me have a look.
And
Did you
if
just
you,
send it recently?
I'm just sending it to you. It's coming to you. I try to send it to you in other form. This picture has a lot of meaning, and it has a lot of understanding of what it is. And in so many ways, I try to send it to you through your what do you call it? Other channel, which is
Gotcha.
you know, the ones I send you things secure. I have to find your name. Where are you? How come I can't find you there?
It's too secure.
I think so. No, it's my English. I can't find your name. This is that makes it worse. Let me just see it. This is important. How come you're not there? You're always there.
Let me see. Maybe I can send something to you. I'll just make a comment here. And you should be able to get that.
It's very strange.
Did you receive a short message from me just now?
No. Yes, I found you. Yes, I found you. Send one. Okay. It. Have you seen it? You got it?
Yes. Just give me a minute here.
Okay. If you can put this picture out, and this picture is so fantastic. This should go in a way on the website of the Keshe Foundation, and I'll tell you exactly why and how. In so many ways, this is what has been the fear of man. This is one of the Keshe Foundation sites which is getting built, 10,000 square meter or 9,000 square meter of facilities, production, research center, lab center, and everything else. And it shows a black man digging the foundation for the knowledge of humanity in the future. If he knew what he's doing, if he knew what is digging this planet Earth for, to educate the white man in Africa and in Europe and the rest of the world, irrespective of color and race, this symbolizes exactly what Keshe Foundation stands for. We're literally building the future on the back of Africa. And it's symbolic of what it comes. Knowledge, technology in the West was given freely. We did not appreciate it. We made enemies out of it. Now in Africa, as we've seen, we supported the changes in Italy through the production of systems in Italy, in Ghana, back to Italy. Now we see it. This is the new, one of the new Keshe Foundation manufacturing 9,000 square meter facilities, and it will be repeated over 10 locations across Africa within the next 12 months. It's at a world standard level. It's beyond the imagination of even American manufacturers. It's a pharmaceutical level production. I thank the Keshe Foundation team who was in the location in past few weeks with me and in other places which is going. we are bringing this technology out of Africa to the rest of the world. And the beauty of it is, the Western organizations have to go to Africa to see the edge of science and technology coming out of it. And it's a lot of effort. There's a lot of effort going into it. This is a past picture. Very soon you will see the completed site. And as I said, every time we open one of these facilities across Africa and the rest of the world, we invite the world ambassadors and presidents to attend, because this is a path to the future. And what was looked at, if this man knew what he's doing for his nation and the humanity, he would have dug much faster, because that's the only key out of all the misconduct, misjustices that we have done to each other. Thank you very much, the Keshe Foundation management team, the Keshe Foundation manufacturing team, the Keshe Foundation research centers and Chinese center in making this possible. 1 factory per week is our target, and it'll take us a long time to complete the whole planet, but in the next few years we'll achieve it. The beauty of this, we don't borrow from any banks, is on the back of the Keshe Foundation financing itself. This is expansion beyond imagination, and everything is computerized, fully remote control. From the time the process starts till you open the package in your tables or in your houses or on the table, to drink it, to use it, nothing will touch. It's so beautifully done that every nation craves to have one. And that's what we are doing. But our agreement is, as I said, science, technology against peace. And we are investing heavy in this. And I thank Armand and the whole of the management team in the background who's working relentlessly to see this coming through. You remember what the guy said when he stepped on the moon? A giant leap for humanity. This is one sledgehammer. It won't matter, but it will change the whole course of humanity. The African team of Keshe Foundation is working relentlessly. We have centers in operation getting built and in process of being acquired or acquisition coming in to develop. Ghana, Nigeria, Togo, Kenya, South Africa, Mozambique, Angola are on the horizon. We support other African nations at the same time. All the members of the Keshe Foundation in the nations which we operate, very simply, our priority sits in one direction, and in a very simple way, we will go into through the whole process of what we call the United Nations groups, through what we will see and what we have and what we can produce. We go to ECOWAS to expand in West Africa. We'll make relationship through ECOWAS, which is the East, the whole of West Coast Africa continent, through the operation to see the West Coast of Africa become the leading operational system that the whole of Africa benefit by. The same will go through European community. It's easier for us to operate through these organizations than trying to handle nation at a time. We work with the Asian organization to achieve the same in the coming weeks. It's easier to achieve consensus on operation through nation and organization which is already established than trying to do nation by nation. And this is the beauty of the work. When you become one nation, you do the same with everyone the same. I thank our support team and our Shenzhen team, which is working relentlessly to see all these factories get supplied with what they need when they come to operational at the point of this development. There's a lot of effort is going to Keshe Foundation Shenzhen, which is totally now owned by the Keshe Foundation organization as a worldwide operation for all our facilities worldwide. The head of the Keshe Foundation in Shenzhen, Mr. Hu, we thank you for what you've done. And the rest of the Keshe Foundation China. We are committed to Chinese government and we keep the same path. Any other question?
There was a question from Dimitri. Will we have a Keshe Bank this year in 2018?
We have made move in acquisition of a bank, yes. We have made direction in acquisition of the bank. At the moment, the offer on the table is 30%. It's a commercial bank, which means the reason for it is that all our staff will be paid through our commercial arm. We are not opening a, what do you call it, deposit bank. That means we can pay all our staff through a commercial banking branch. We are negotiating for a bigger cut that we can expand worldwide. But we have identified, we have entered negotiation with a commercial bank. And yes, we will have, hopefully it will be completed within the next few months.
Hello. Can I ask a question, please?
Yes, please.
Hello, it's Mernaz, sir. I don't know, I just feel irreal with all these things going on. I think it's a new day. It's a new day, and I don't know how to thank you for bringing about, inspiring everybody. And I just can't, I just don't find the word. It's just amazing for all of us. And then as I'm somehow anguished person, how could we do that? How could we control that somebody is not coming one day, he thinks he's more intelligent, finds friends, and get the hand over the richness of countries again, like the past.
I think we become wise enough that we have become rich enough, so there is nobody can do that. At the moment, the biggest fear of the government is how this technology has creeped in so fast amongst people. Keshe Foundation worldwide has over 150 million supporters. It's huge. According to what we see on the data in the background, the number of people who work or done or do things around the foundation or heard about the foundation and do something about it is huge. We have presidents, we have ambassadors. We have an ambassador who has moved out of his bedroom into his living room and the kitchen, and he's literally changed his bedroom, his ambassadorial bedroom, into a research lab, making ganses. He's become a close friend of ours, highly respected, and we know many scientists, world scientists, who have gone that way. You got to realize, we don't go to universities. The scientists understand, who've been looking for an answer, the technology, they take it up. As we said, a lot of work has been done by a lot of us, and gradually it'll come through. The biggest problem we had and we faced was the way the European nations decided to in a way silence this technology, that in the future they could rub the world with it. And the way we stood, all of us together, and we stand all of us together, have allowed us to break throughout the world. World governments of much more powerful than these meager nations have started changing the course. You got to understand, when a leader commits his nation to making tools of harm, You already understand what we said. When the first factory is built, when the first bullet shot and killed a man or an animal, that Prime Minister in his soul has to pay for that bullet. If he understands this and he has respect for his own existence, he will demolish it. On the other hand, as to fight is very difficult. It takes too much energy. I walk away from these kind of situations. I was with an ambassador on the dinner table in past 24 hours. And when I explained to him what is our objective and what we are doing and what we want to do, he said, everything within my power will be given to support this. Because we have to teach the soul of the man to elevate the soul and don't get in touch with the physicality of the man. Many world leaders will move towards the foundation in the coming time. It's not our wish. This is what we as a whole have done. I said very recently, and those who understand will be able to comprehend. We see terrorism out of the man who carries one gun in his pocket, maybe something in his backpack, and explodes himself to show what has been done wrong to me or the other people. And then we blame the other nations for that pack trying to attack. The way we are structuring the Keshe Foundation is that any nation who's involved in arm manufacturing become a terrorist organization. We change the game. If you do not make the arm, there is no man to use it. Then you don't encourage to use it, because you made it, you have to sell it. Terrorism moves from the man who shoots the bullet to the man who makes the bullet. Al Capone hardly ever shot a bullet in the later stages. He just made a command and they did in his name. We get rid of those Al Capones, that there is no bullet to shot. The terrorism has to move into the nation and those who build it. If we stop it at its root, there is no need for it to see the effect at the end. And this is what the world leaders are becoming wise to. And this is how we are changing the Keshe Foundation. We are putting development, financing a nation against peace. We negotiate exactly what we said, technology against peace. We finance tens of millions in different countries. We don't go in finance if you give us peace. We ask, this is what we want, and we finance that it creates the peace condition. This morning, about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, I was talking to Benjamin, and he said, do you know what's happening, Mr. Keshe? I said, what's happening? He says, we're going to have a problem. I said, what is our problem? He said, you know these youngsters, we are paying so much wages in Accra factory? I said, yes. He said, they started spending. I said, what's the problem with it? He said, do you know they're buying new cars and people can see? I said, that's why we stayed there, to keep the talents of Africa, in Ghana. And we pay them that they pay, that encourage the talent to stay in. And then they spend the money for the nation to come. What's wrong with it? He said, nothing, but I'm getting frightened. They're getting too much money and they're spending it. Everybody can see it. I said, that's why we went to Ghana. To respect the man, not the color of the skin of the man. And it's a pleasure. When I go to the factory, a few days ago, they've changed cars. They used to get the buses and be 2 hours when they start working in the factory. And now they drive with the most brand latest car, because they don't get paid 250, they get 4,000 CDs, which is 3-4 times higher than and the new management team moves into 10,000 CDs, which is unheard of in Africa to pay to a 26, 27-year-old man. But they deserve it. They're changing Africa, they're changing Ghana, and beyond it, everybody else. How can we pay a man with no knowledge in the Western world 100,000 for his expertise at the age of 25, 30? Why don't we respect the same man in his own nation? This is where the change will come. And this is not the first time I've done. I did this 30 years ago in Gambia, and I've seen how it changes society. It pushes the others to reach your level. When you walk into the canteen of the Keshe Foundation in Accra, it's as good as going to Apple or you go to Microsoft headquarters. The level of service and cleanliness is set to be the same. The factory, you can eat from the floor of the factory in Ghana. It's us who has to change, and we have the potential, we have the financial means to do it, and thanks to a lot of nations who back us, we'll achieve it in a much faster way. And I don't need to fight. If I can provide with a man who builds the center by himself, with the army, that you're sitting there in a camp, waiting for someday that'll be a war that you protect, I'll give you a bottle, feed your nation, eradicate cancer, eradicate diabetic, eradicate malaria. What do you think the soldier will do? He'll sit? The foundation work and the team of management in the background of the Keshe Foundation, our aim is one thing, creation of peace. But talk is cheap. We have the knowledge, we have the finance, we have the backing, and we have the trust to do it. And we have the technology which can create the finances. We will be the only national organization, international organization, which our bank will be backed with science, not with bitcoins, false coins, false goals, and promises that we guarantee what we say. The Keshe Foundation Central Banking System, every dollar, every cent, every euro, every CD, every RMB released by the bank is backed with its finances of its own. Never been done before. It's not a talk anymore. This is one of the Keshe Foundation sites in Africa. World leaders go to Africa to see what they've missed and how much they listen to the lies of one king who was trying to steal technology to suppress more Africans. Now the Africa returns back. And this is beautiful because now we are all becoming equal. Nobody will look down in Africa that's a third world nation. It will become one of the most advanced nations in the space technology that everyone to Africa goes to learn. And it's done by the Africans, and it's done by us as a human race. There's no time for talk. We are investing in peace. And this is what the picture you see. This is a massive investment in peace. That's it.
And I have another question, sir.
Yes.
Is the intention of the person who makes the gowns affects the quality of the gowns for others?
What do you mean?
If the person has good intention, or he just does it for money or whatever, does it affect the gowns that he sells to somebody else?
At the moment, we are making certain direction of development that we have to follow. We have to use the present structures to be able to infiltrate into the structure that we can dismantle the structure. We, at the moment, we are talking to, in Africa, to heads of militaries, not to the governments. Because we have to convince the military heads of armies that it's time to put the arms down and use the arm of the soldier to feed the nation, not to kill the nation. If we change the use of arm of the man, instead of arm to kill, then the arm to feed, And we can get the heads of militaries to understand this is the first step. And we have already achieved this point. I have a high respect for military because I work with the military. Peace can only come through military. World peace can only achieve through military, not through politicians. Security comes through government, through national armed forces. And when they realize they can use the arm to change, that's their ethos. They swear to their life to protect the nation. And the protection of the nation is not by guns and bullets, it's by feeding the nation. And the more and more military people at highest rank are becoming to realize this. And they are proud to be part of it. Because they are fed of paying soldiers to just march the borders. There'll be no soldiers, no borders to march. They'll feed their own, they march into the villages to change. We saw what happened in Louisiana. The most powerful nation shows it's the most poorest nation in the world. It cannot feed its own nation. All these nuclear weapons worth nothing when we saw what happens in that hurricane in America. If I was a president, I would have resigned. How much lie I have told to my citizens. There is something logic in nuclear industry, and I always said to my people and people who've been around, even in time when I was a student, and this caused a lot of anger within the nuclear industry in respect to my position. But because I was unique in my understanding, I was respected and not told much. People respect nuclear scientists like me, not out of our knowledge, out of fear. Out of fear of what we done in Hiroshima. They respect plasma physicists like me because of the peace and the joy we bring. We are still children of nuclear industry, but we have changed the position of respect. This is where it is, and this is what it has been. That's why I understand the man of military. This is why I understand what is going on, and I can speak on their term. Armies should be a tool for peace, not for a tool to arm to the teeth that they create war, they have to do something. I was talking to this ambassador last night, and he just said something very strange to me. He said, you know something? The President Gaddafi was moved by the decision of French government. The French president decided they want to get rid of him, and they organized the rest of it. He's an African ambassador. I said, I think we know, but I said, do you know what it is? Why they now they start a second cycle of the problem? Is because the French thought they get rid of Gaddafi and they can go with gold. But the British again beat them to it. They took everything to England, the whole $140 billion of it. He said, we know that as well. Now French is trying to get more for what they lost in Libya. Now we're going to get another cycle of wars. And part of that cycle, which goes back to the people who planned, if you understand the war tactic of today, is military to strategic robbing a bank. And when the thieves plan to rob a bank, then they share the loot. But last time the loot went to one place and the people who created it and executed it got nothing. Now they're planning another looting, a bigger scale. But this time making sure they have created what we call exit of United Kingdom out of EU, because this time we're going to keep it in EU. People don't understand why British been put out of EU. It wasn't a decision, it was made to look that way. Because they took all the loot of Gaddafi. This time we do it, we share it ourselves. Politics is a very dirty job, and you have to understand it. Those of you who are British and you understand British exit from EU, they've been forced to go. Because they didn't share the loot of Gaddafi. It was 140 billion. It just went to United Kingdom direct. Nothing has been shared. But this time we put them out, we do it ourselves, we keep ourselves, because England on its own cannot do it. Now you understand why BritX has been put into action. But the British monarchy took enough. It takes another 40 wars. They didn't even make that much in the Second World War. So the politic needs the new knowledge that makes gold irrelevant. You don't need to kill to get. When I need gold in the space to make certain things, do I start a war to get it? Or do I understand the interaction of the fields that the conversion creates gold? And then secondly, then does gold have any value? When you can make it this way. If we value the soul of the man as gold, then we have truly achieved to have gold. Because the soul of the man is there to be respected as gold. Not the physical gold that has no value. If you can understand the work of your own soul and you can hold your hand out and create gold, so your soul is the creator of gold. And we are getting to that point. Any other question?
Thank you very much, sir. God bless. I wish you all the best in the world for you, your family, your friends.
I wish all the best for humanity. We have a rough road ahead.
It was rough before also. It was rough because we were seeing the things on the TV in Africa and Asia. All these things was hurting us. So we were not really happy, even though we could have a look of a happy people. And all these things gives us the calm and self-respect to humanity and to us. Means like we deserve it somewhere. We deserve it because all these things happen makes me think, so we deserve it somewhere. We are not that bad. And all that because of you're so humble and you're so patient. It's not human, and it's all your work, I think, because three years ago I was just shutting up all the TV, radio, not to hear or see all these things, and now when I see some news, I compare it with what's going on and will be, and it makes me happy. It doesn't worry me anymore about the things that are happening around me, and sometimes will happen to me. Thank you very much, because in 3 years, I think we have gone like 1,000 years, 1,500 years of advancement. My opinion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, there's a question from Sylviane in the live stream regarding he would like to return to the notion of judgment, and goes on to say, when we say or we think that this man is intelligent or that this flower is beautiful, its colors are wonderful, we're not just observing with love, we're already making a value judgment. And in some way we assume a difference. And even if it's a positive judgment, in a way we flatter pride, I think he says here. So he goes on to say, emotion is present and it connects the soul of the physicality, the soul of man, and also the soul of plants. How about that? Can you explain something about that?
In so many ways, we always judge ourselves. We judge if we like a plant, if we like a flower. But we are not supposed to judge the others, but in a way we appreciate the beauty of something. In so many ways, when we say we don't judge, in a way when we see, we have to close our eyes to the shortcoming of the people. This is a judgment. To see us being with much more fault and much wrong, and praise the beauty of the others. If they fall in the process of praising their beauty, it means they have not matured. It doesn't mean that we have judged. And this is something we have to learn. I get told lies, what we call, right in my face, and I just say yes. But in the background, I elevate the soul of the person. Because it means he has not understood what I see. He gives me a physical word, but in the background, I see the soul. If you understood the teaching of today in so many ways, I become inside the soul of the man, that I see the soul of the man. And this wisdom of seeing the soul of the man, which covers the physicality of the man, because you don't see the soul, you see the aura of the man, has put fear into many world leaders in how I see the work and how I explain the things. And this has caused a lot of shaking inside many, many governments. Because they are looking for a spice, but they don't see the spice as their soul. This, we like to be peaceful, and then underneath we sign for arms. We see the soul, we are happy. And then you find a solution for it. And the solution at this moment of time is, don't judge, just elevate. If you judge a beauty, it means you give to it, so you're a lover. If you come to the point that you judge and demean, it means you need elevation. So you judge yourself, not the person. It's beautiful, as I said in the past, from one of the most revered poets of Iran. And he says, when you judge somebody to be something wrong with them, you understand it because it's you in you, not in them. So when we see, when you feel, when we judge somebody wrong, it means there is something wrong with us, that we recognize it. And so we don't judge. We have to be a giver. And this is how it goes. I don't judge, I understand, and then I make a move according to that. That the soul accepts its own, what I call, misconduct, his own shortness of understanding. It's very interesting. The more we become mature, the more we'll see. It's very, very frightening for many of the world leaders of present time, how I know what they're up to. And it puts fears in them. Very simply, look at what I explained in the last teachings of the last year, and look at what is happening in the Far East. That word about peace, because I opened the hand of war. But this is all a mirage, a facade. We have to promote peace through self-conduct. And that's all. And then the rest will follow. When you sit with the world leaders, when you sit with the ambassadors, when you sit with the layman, it all has to be the same. It's the physicality, but the soul is the same. And then you see the soul. It's very interesting. I explained this recently to one of the scientists. I said, if you look, we take a picture of the aura of the man, and now with these machines, they said, takes a picture of aura, put the man in these machines, which is like Dr. Rodriguez makes, and see the change and extension in the aura of the man, and you start seeing the light of the soul of the man. In trying to feed the soul of the man is much stronger than the physicality of the material we use. In trying to feed it, the soul of the man reached beyond the physicality of the man. And in the process, if the setting is correct, then you will see the change in the physicality of what we call eradication of the pain or disease. I was asked by one of the what I call directors of the top organizations in the government, in a very private talk very recently, that Mr. Keshe, I have a problem. My father is dying. Can you help? I said, of course, we can find a way, we'll do the way. And then in the process, it came to understand that the operation which has been done to save the man is the cause of the death of the man. Because the doctors did not understand the process. Then we don't understand the process, and it's the only process left for us. We've had a few recent cases like this. This goes back to all our medical teachings, and you will understand. I was discussing this because I referred a case to be done by one of our leading doctors, a member of the Earth Council, Dr. Rodriguez. And Dr. Rodriguez and I were talking yesterday, and I always said, when I share knowledge with one, I share with the others, that no one becomes above the others having such knowledge. In the present time, in this case, and one of the cases, is that they have gone through the hip replacement. And the operation was done, and after a couple of years after operation, the doctors, the patient is dying of massive deposit of proteins in different organs of the body. And the present science has no word for it, because they can't connect it to the hip operation. You never cut a bone, and if you change the hip, you change the hip, but you don't touch the bone. Femur is a sacrosanct part of the life of the man. You touch a femur, you have sentenced the man to death, and no doctors understand this. So what has happened is that the doctors have amputated the head of the femur, replaced it with titanium ore, at the same time putting a titanium hip to help the man to walk. Now, to us it's nothing. Having a deposit of protein has nothing to do with 2 years ago operation. But in fact it does, if you go and look the way we teach and understand the totality of the operation. I was discussing this with Dr. Rodriguez yesterday, that the doctors of today has to become wise to this. They have cut the top of the femur and they place it with titanium, something that they can hold to this thing and they can screw it to it. But do the doctors understand their training, or are they ignorant to the work they do? It's the total ignorant. I'll give you another example, shortly you'll understand. So what has done, they cut the femur on the top to be able to put a titanium head that it can walk. But it's like cutting an army and destroying its kitchen. How are you going to feed the army to fight? They cut the femur on the top. Now, you have to understand that the bone structure, as in our teaching, is absorbing lymph through itself to convert it into amino acid, with addition of the calcium and different strength depending on which part of the bone marrow this amino acid goes to, becomes part of our immune system, becomes red cells, becomes white cells, becomes everything else. Without the femur, man is a dead man. Because it's the production, it's the factory. Now they have cut the top of the femur, but the bone is still absorbing protein, converting lymph through the structure of the bone into protein. The only thing left for it is to go out somewhere or stop working. But the whole process of the heart is sucking on it. And the two ends of the femur, one is gone, so everything is left to the other side to do the job of the other part which is lost. So the femur is changing, sucking the protein out of the bone marrow But this bone marrow has no capability. It's just like a flood washing through. You create a dam in one place, now you open the hole in the other side. So the protein is getting squeezed out of the bone marrow into the end of the femur on the bottom middle of the knee, and then a protein without destination is created. So what the body does, I have it, I keep it till one day I use it. Deposit in organ, create the death of the man. Kidney failure, liver failure, heart failure because of the saturation of protein. So if you teach the doctor you don't cut the femur, and then you find a way to support and don't touch the blood vessels and everything else on top of the femur, you don't kill the man 2 years ago, 2 years later. Actually, his death sentence came when they cut the femur. Not for us trying to find a solution for a protein. Now we understand further down the line. This is for our scientists, for our doctors. It's the same with the soul of the man. Look where the soul has been hurt. Understand it and elevate it. Not just go in there and just try to cut the flower that it looks good. It's gonna die. You take one pebble at a time out of the rose for it to look good, but how many more pebbles can you pull? Unless you sort out the plant, feed the plant that it can hold the rose to show its beauty. And this is what the present medicine does not allow us that now understand the totality to work, because now there's no use for them. I was sitting on a table of discussion with a person asked me, can you help with a stroke case? And those are people who listen understand what I'm talking about. And in talking, I realized there is no choice. There is no, the damage is done. And when I start analyzing what they tell me, I realized the doctor has killed the patient and nothing to do with the stroke. The person has been losing temporarily eyesight. Temporarily becoming dizzy. The doctors did not understand there is a blockage on the side of the vein, on the side of the neck, needs cleaning, needs opening. This going on too long, has the brain needs, what you call it, the parameters of the brain, the face, the ears, the muscles of the face need continuous blood. And in that blood, part of the circulation of the blood is needed to transfer energy out of the brain, which allows it to work, to carry on the emotion of the soul of the man to the physical condition. This is why we have such a heavy blood flow into our brain, into our skull. And then, as there is a blockage, the heart is trying to overcome. And heart has to change its position of the amount of energy it takes from the blood which comes from the lung. So it has changed the condition of the lung. What they tell me, the man had a flu, and then it became a heart problem, and then now he has a stroke. What can we do? I said, guys, your doctor has killed your patient, and now is killing it. It's going to be dead in every condition you look at. Because he never understood that there is a blockage in the system. The brain hemorrhage has come because when they took the patient to the hospital, he has given an injection of blood thinner. So he has opened up, thinner all the blood clots in the vein of the brain, the artery. So bits of the blood which have not opened up with the blood thinner have shot themselves like a bullet into the brain and caused the paralysis. And all what we call as a brain hemorrhage through blood. So, if the doctors are wise, if they understand, they can take a right step. But our present physicians are not taught the totality. They are always shown the end product, find the solution. The pharmaceutical has the same problem. It's the first time in the life of the history of physicians or doctors or pharmaceutical or medicine that we change the source of the problem, not the end product of the problem. When a man have a brain hemorrhage through stress, all you need to do is to elevate his soul, the emotion, and then with that you reconstruct, you allow the body itself to build its own brain cells to recover for what is done to itself, or by accident. We understand the process. This is how we change the life of Naomi. Brain is a full, complete, it doesn't show even it's been an accident anymore. Because the technology is used in its true sense. We have to, it's the same with the soul of the man. The soul of the man in pain of the acts of his physicality, it radiates but is blocked by the soul. If you manage to elevate the soul of the man in a way to bypass, or is in a way encompass the physicality, you will not see the physicality unless the physicality is in a perfect condition that it would like to manifest itself in a physical dimension. All goes back to the same teaching. Do we judge? Or do we understand the judgment which is us? Do we elevate? Or when we see wrong, it's our problem, not their problem. It's us who has to elevate. It's us, because we see it, it means there's a fault within us that it sees such a fault. We say in Farsi, گر خواهی نشوی رسوا همرنگ جماعت شو. It means if you don't want to be standing out, become part of the same. So if you change yourself to become part of the same, you understand what the same is and what it's doing, which is not what you want it to be. We pass the point of telling us we preach or whatever. We go back to the source of understanding, the essence of creation. This is the difference between the Keshe Foundation and all the teachings of the past. The emphasis is on us to understand our own us. When we see a beautiful flower, it means it gives me pleasure to see such a thing. In turn, I give back. I love you, it's gorgeous what you are as a flower. Which is the only way I can do through my emotion. Why do the flowers change their colors and shapes to become so attractive? They are literally like a Western woman with all the makeups on. Enjoy me, I'm here for pleasure. And it's the color they give us, the nectar they give us, the shape of and the color combination of the pebbles and how they position themselves. So it means understand the flower that I need to give the beauty to receive the appreciation. So why do we need to judge? We just appreciate the beauty. It's for them to correct themselves. I see many people around the foundation doing wrong. I sit, I get angry, I get frustrated, and then at the end of the time, I say, I have to elevate their souls, that they see their mistakes, their own wrongdoing, not for me to judge. It's me who doesn't understand. It's me who has seen the fault, because within that fault there is fault something inside me that I see it. So I need to elevate myself. With that elevation, I can elevate theirs. It's understanding. The point of all of these teachings are to understand our own soul and nobody else's. In how we can become better givers, not just to take. Then you can judge. And it said in the teachings, thou shalt not judge. You can judge only your own soul and conduct of your own physicality in respect to your soul. You find out the judges are the most guilty people in the world. Because to judge you have to understand the crime. And you only understand the crime if you've done it yourself in the correct way, in the full manner of it. Any other question? Move with the technology. Move to understand the essence of creation. There'll be no police force, there'll be no judges. We don't have it in the universe. Why on this planet? Unless it's for abuse. As it was very recently, the woman stops and he puts her hand up and says, I heard you're killing people. It's just for the black people, not for the whites. We are all black and we are all white. And we have to understand, it's us who kills us, nobody else does. The black is the physicality of the man. That he absorbs everything and does not give much. If he allows his soul to penetrate it, it will shine. We are not preachers, we understand the totality now, so we can speak clearly about the whole thing. Any other question? Are we reaching the time before we close that?
Well, we are at the 3-hour mark at this point. We have Estella with.
Can I ask one single question? Vince, is the job done?
Yep, it's done.
So, okay, thank you very much indeed. Okay.
Yes, we have one more question for us, Mr. Keshe, if you're still up for it there, from Estella. She was here. Let's see. Are you still there, Stella? Yeah, there you are. Okay, you should be able to talk there now.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Good morning to everybody. Mr.
Can
Keshe.
you tell us where you are from, please?
Oh, I'm from Argentina. I live in California, and right now I'm in Argentina traveling at my parents' house. So I understand everything you said, but I'm still confused to the point, like, if we need to understand everything, why am I doing to myself, like allow a doctor to kill me, like the example of the man, for being asleep or not conscious? Why my soul will, will I go through that experience? Or can I reverse anything the moment I'm awake, or I understand the situation? Or because why did I do that to myself?
The problem with physicality, it takes course of interaction with other physical entities. And in so many ways, we can, if we decide to go through the whole process, if you like, unless we want to experience it again. Or we allow our physicality to be judged by a doctor or whatever, because we forgot the use of our own soul. Christ, blesses his name, did that.
But
he elevated the soul and the physicality walked. So it means the soul can repair the physicality, but we don't want to accept it's there, because then in so many ways we choose the path of separation of the soul from the physical soul, because we don't see any end to what we call this suffering. Any of us who understands how to go through a transformation of the understanding of elevation of our own soul, in deep space, when we come across an injury, absorption of the field into our physical dimension, where we decide to manifest out of our physicality, When we see the problem, we know what we do. Do you know what the first thing every man of the universe does who understands, has been increased to this level of understanding? They go back into their soul. It's a hiding place. But in this process of going through, a physicality is a matter state which has got to go through like a scanning system. It receives energy and gives energy. It is too high in balance with the soul that when it goes inside, it's perfect. You don't find an injection and a virus to be injected and send somebody to Earth. You use your own soul, the dimension of the strength of your own soul, to achieve what we call life, or protection of life. So the old man knows what to do. You see, the biggest problem, if you go back into understanding, is creation of religion. Religions have brought man to the point of not even trusting itself, and then those who understood the religion put the science next to it, and now would say, show me. You're ignorant, it's your problem, not mine. The biggest problem, the biggest example of it, you say, why can't the man do? Is the trip of the Pope into your area in past month. If I was there, I say, excuse me, sir, you tell me these guys are lying, show me the proof. So it means you are one yourself. The whole structure is that we have allowed people to abuse us and create doubt in ourselves. And this is the problem. What was said in South America in past 4 weeks, I will arrest the guy on the side, because if you say, I'm not, you're heading it, you put the guy here. We pay money to you to protect our soul, not abuse our physicality. And you say, sure, I'm the proof. What do you want me to do? Check. Excuse my French, but I don't say anything. But
so
we have to understand. Let me explain to you. Even at the point of death, the separation of the physicality from the soul of the man, you can return yourself. If you understand there is a need for you to be here to do something, you haven't finished your job. Bob did, bless his name. Christ did when they put him on the cross. So why can't the rest of us do? We can all change, even on the deathbed, if we understand how our soul can change. A lot of people do. You have a cancer and says, oh, I ate the cabbage, and the cabbage was, no, it's your soul which wanted to change the condition because you understood how you created the cancer inside yourself. Physical damages we can't change. Even that, with the knowledge we have nowadays, we can do. But what we create emotionally, physical life, if you're hit in a car and you're in 200 pieces and they just keep you alive, you still can change the soul and manifest the physicality. It can be done. It's been done many times. How many people have cancer and they say, oh, it's just eradicated, I ate a cabbage or a tomato twice a day. No, because you elevated your soul, you understood the mistake, how you created your own demise, you don't want to be there. If our doctors go for the soul of the man, they don't need any of these gimmicks, a rotating motor, 2 cabbages up and the guns of this and that. It means they haven't understood yet. If I was you, I'd just go for the soul of the man. But when I go for the soul of the man, I want to know if that soul is happy to be in the condition of otherwise I force my condition, I judge the position. I make it available, the totality. So anybody can walk off an operation table without the need for operation. We've done that with Naomi.
So one more question. So if we're here when in an environment, the natural environment or the country or the politics or the violence that make us see things in don't see the beauty. I mean, the challenge is how to elevate when the environment is so difficult to elevate the soul. Maybe that's the lesson that we need to supposed to experience now, discover all this knowledge and be able to see the beauty in a context is very difficult to see the beauty because your emotions go off because there is so much injustice or there is so much difficulty to make a living or because
Yes, but you're correct. But maybe go a step backwards or 2 steps forward. Either way you want to look at it. Partially, we are teaching a science from its root. Partially, because of what we've been taught, we have prejudices about what we are receiving new. Now we have to let the past go. But in reality, we can, if the economy based on gold, if you, those of you who understood, unless you're waiting for a machine to come out of Keshe Foundation to create gold, you can create enough gold to walk around the market and buy every Rolls Royce, because you can create, I'll give you gold, a kilo of gold, would you like it? I'll give you 10 kilo of gold for an apple. But how many of us are prepared to do that? Because we haven't understood. Or is that machine the soul of the man? So, who created this poverty? Because they took the trust out of us. Now, the same is with the world of medicine. The same is with our health. The same is with everything else we have. We are all rich, but we don't know how to get to the money we stored away, which is the knowledge of the soul of the man. It saddens me to see people going hungry on the streets. But if you look at it, all of us know how to feed ourselves. All you need is to understand that you can go within your soul and create it to absorb the energy from the field of the universe. We don't do it because we lost the knowledge. Now with it came the fears. As I said, no one needs to go hungry anymore to bed. No child needs to. But in the physicalities we have to show this and to show that. But if somebody goes without any food, say, oh, there's something wrong, but they don't say, I'm not hungry, I don't want to eat. Because we supply it. I look many times at these cameras on the street, you know, the speed cameras. It's become very fashionable to pen out to you for heavy money. If the same system is used on the street to feed man with the energy, do you know there'll be no hunger in the Western world, in the big cities? Because the camera has to send something to receive the physicality to absorb. Why don't we send with it the energy to feed the man? We abuse the knowledge and then we blame everybody else for it. If I energize you, if I give you the energy what you need through all these 7 million, 10 billion cameras, because it's the same field. If he can absorb and take a picture of you, which means receives it, he has to send something when it comes that they can receive it. Why don't we use it to feed? He has to detect you. We have to change the knowledge. We have to change the process. All these satellites we put as military satellites that continuously beaming down to take pictures, beaming down to create mayhem. Why don't we fit them with the systems that can feed the nations? It's very simple. It's just a little adjustment. This is not a theory and a wish anymore. I was sent a beautiful tape by Azar very recently and I laughed. I listened to it. I usually don't listen. And it's about this preacher. It says 2018 is end of the world. It's going to be this. I said the end of the world this year because we already ended it last year and the year before. We have to teach how peace can be appreciated, how wealth can be created to be the wealth of the soul, not the physicality. You know, uh, by killing, we don't achieve much. By sharing, we receive more. Because when I share, you share back. But I share with many, so I receive more. It's the story of the mother with 4 eggs. I've said many times. The mother sits on the table and says to his children, children, I had only 4 eggs and I gave it to you lot. But there's 5 of us on the table. Oh, they all said, Mom, no, you can have half of ours. The children had half each, the mother had 2. It's the generosity of the children.
What
And sorry, carry on.
What I see with this work is we are building a natural, organic field, because the more
We're building a natural plasmatic field, not organic.
Yes. Well, it's the wrong wording. What I'm going to say is when we work from our soul and using the natural physics of the universe, how the plasma work and elevating our soul, we are helping to restore something that was, I see, like stolen, because we weren't aware. We were using an emotional body who was already hurt and forcing ourselves to de-elevate, descend instead to elevate. So maybe that's what we need to start to see. That's the beauty of what we're doing, instead to see like it's so hard and so difficult. Because that's what I'm struggling.
Thank you very much. I couldn't put it better than you. But understanding it is the problem, and acting it is a problem.
Because I have pain in my soul from seeing everything so twisted. And even if I try, I fall into the game, and the old game. And I feel like I'm not strong enough to maintain it 24/7.
No, it's the way. Let's look at it the other way. It's not that you're not strong enough. It's that you have to find a way to allow it to shine all the time. None of us fails. It's just we decide how much to allow it to shine. If you understand, which goes from the teaching of beginning of the teachings many times, I say the soul of the man is like a sun, and it is a sun. It shines. It's us who puts different color strength blind to block it. We want a little light, we put a lighter shadow blind. If you want the darkness, we put a very heavy curtain with another curtain and everything else in front of it. It's us who creates that curtain. The soul never stops shining. It always shines exactly the same as the sun.
You're right. I put all this heaviness in my body with this emotion we're talking about, and I cannot free myself from this.
Why do you put it on your body? Elevate your soul. Work the other way around, and the body becomes part of it.
I wasn't seeing it that way. That's what
then you don't carry any pain.
No, I know. That's why I appreciate this interaction. It's and I thank you for that.
You're welcome. Try to interact with your soul, not with us or humanity, because then you reach everything. In the coming teachings, as I said earlier, this teaching today, we start teaching about the life of what I call the floating souls, the fish in the liquid world, because that's a different type of living, different type way of understanding. When you are in the gaseous level, we live different life than when we are in the liquid, but in principle it's the same. It needs to understand how, then man understands how to manifest itself in a physical dimension in liquid state. It's no use jumping out of the aeroplane when it's already landed on the water. You got to know how to swim. There's no use having a parachute. And this is what we have at the moment. We have to understand as part of the teaching, as we understand, do we change our soul in the liquid to become a floating soul? Or do we change our soul to be protected by the physicality? And to what extent we allow the physicality to interact with this environment that it exists within the liquid state of the water or liquid anywhere in the universe. Does not matter, is it boiling water, is it boiling CO2 or something else, another position in the universe.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Could you take a question from Richard before we wrap up here?
Yep.
Richard, are you still there? Would you like to speak?
Yeah, this is Richard from Holland. Yeah, just earlier on, I really connected to your the fact that we need to be responsible. This is how I translate it to myself. How we take responsibility in the energies we create. So as a soul, we are a entity. We have responsibility as entity. But in this spectrum where we are part of this universe or part in this place where we are, we always radiate. We radiate our energies. And in connecting to other people, sharing your energies, you need to take responsibility in the energies you create, because whatever you're creating is going outward as sort of a giving and unconditionally giving. And I think it's for me, as what I've done in the last years, I've really done some soul searching where I took responsibility for the energies I was creating as a person, but I was not really using it in the right way where it was beneficial to myself. And now taking more responsibility and in what I radiate as an entity, it really becomes part of me. It integrates in my life, and it shows me my ability to intuitively understand things in a different way. We as in how I translate it is the spirituality in me, or my spirit is in connection to the universe, and in some kind of weird way, I steer in this soup of energy, and I perceive things in a level that I've never been open to. And intuitively, I see that there's more out there to understand. And the fact that I see that there is a different line of or horizon to reach as a entity or a person, it shows me that I can really achieve things that are understandable, and I don't need to really go into deep books. I just need to soul search. And by soul searching, I actually understand that this is really going into a direction where we all are trying to connect all the dots that are in sort of a way really important to ourselves, but also to our surroundings. So in taking responsibility for myself, I also start seeing that by making changes in my life, I can also see that other people are having trouble in their lives. And intuitively now, I can really pinpoint these things accurately to them and change their lives without judgment from my part. No, it's like sort of unconditionally connecting to someone, touching them, and showing them way that there is a different opportunity where they are taking more responsibility in the energy that they are creating. And most of the times it's energy that they afflict to themselves, or energy that they put out, and they stress other people, or seek attention. And this is something you can address and find that people get more balanced, and with more balanced soul you basically see your own position better, and with that you seek truth, and truth that resonates with yourself, and not sort of a fictional thing that should be spiritual or should be technology or should be, no, it's really something that is connecting to everything. And when it doesn't connect to that, it really is something like a lie. And don't lie to yourself. This is something that I keep like a mantra to myself. It's like, don't lie to myself, don't lie to others. And then that's like the only part that's over is the truth. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. We haven't heard from you for a long time, and it's nice to hear you.
Thank you.
There is so much we it was shown by Jim as part of the new website, and it's on the Keshe Foundation website. It says where the science meets the soul of the man. Through knowledge, now we understand, through the knowledge of science of creation, we understand the creation of our own soul from A to Z. Now we understand how our soul is created from the first step, from inception. And now we understand how ends, which we never understood. And in this process is us to determine what is what we call the time gap between the two. And in that time gap, what we call life of the man, is what we do with it in the depth of the space which matters, not what we achieve on the physicality of this planet. In space there are no factories to go to work, and we cannot become a secretary, and we cannot become whatever. It's in a way, if we understand more, we have a training for it, but we never understood the training. When we go to sleep, when the soul of the man is free in the physical dimension, we rest, that we recuperate from the physical recoveries or whatever. And one day I explained why even man goes to sleep in so many ways. Then where does the soul of the man go? And when we are in the space, we travel the depth of the space for thousands of years. Where are we going to? Except enjoying and elevating the souls of the God creation. And if that is our purpose, we become the true man of space. Not just to go and see another site. It's not another Niagara Fall or Victoria Fall, depends which end of the planet you decide to travel to.
Well, this brings up a very interesting idea that could be a whole topic for a workshop. The idea that going to space is not just a sightseeing tour, but there's actually jobs or positions or things to do that are, that should be done in space.
Exactly what we're going to do, because now there's timeless. I can't wake up for breakfast because there's no time for breakfast, there's no sunlight and sunset. And what is the next? Isn't it better for traveling in a space for man to work and understand his own soul, that we travel with the soul of time? Because physicality becomes boring. How many times can you walk around one circle of the spaceship? You will know every nut and cranny, and you know every line on the floor. Then you become a mental case.
Yes, indeed. They call it cabin fever for
Gravity, yeah. This is the beauty of why we teach the conversion of the physicality of the man to the soul of the man. It'll become very boring in the space if we attach ourselves to the condition of physicality of the man. A lot of people will do. You know, when you take this long haul flight for 10, 12 hours, okay, the first start is exciting, they give you food, and then it becomes, you know, I'll just sleep a bit, you wake up, you eat the food, you had the sleep, and then you walk around, you stretch your leg, and again you gotta wait. Now imagine you're gonna do this one for 1,000 years.
yes.
Uh-huh. So it's easier to travel with the soul of the man in spans of universe than with the physicality of the man. And then time becomes meaningless. There is no time in the life of the creator, so why should it be in the time of man? And so the faster we understand this, the sooner we act. This is part of this teaching. As I said, when I take man into a space, I take him as equal. And if you want to go as equal, you cannot be subordinate, so you cannot lack in the knowledge of the creation. That any magician becomes Moses or Christ or anybody else. Just change the name. We have to gain trust in our knowledge that we can create whatever, and the only thing is we do, as just Richard said, understand our own soul. The rest will be done. And a lot of people have problem with this. You find a lot of Keshe Foundation followers who come into, especially the GANs and everything else, the partners object to it heavily. Do you know why? Because he's taking from me, it's a mistress which is coming to the house, but it's come through the door of science. The wife doesn't look, with this I can become part of him, that I can enjoy more him, because now we found something that we can both elevate our souls. This is the problem. We've seen it in many Keshe Foundation supporters. The biggest problem for them is their husband or their wives or their partner. Because in a way you bring a mistress into the house, which they have no control. If it's a woman, they can beat it up. But understanding the elevation of the soul and the science is something they cannot handle. So then you're a mental case. There is something wrong with you. Not in fact there is something wrong with me, because I cannot reach the level you have reached, so I'm jealous of you. Or you, because you're attached to it, you don't bring the money which I used to enjoy. Your hard work was my support, my pleasure. Now I have to do. And we've seen this many, hundreds of Keshe Foundation followers I listen to and I've seen. And when the wife changes to them, and it becomes heaven, because now the physicality of the existence is there, but we can still promote each other's soul, and then it reaches more and more.
Well, I can relate to that, Mr. Keshe, very much.
I know fully.
I will address that a little bit, and I've been doing this for more than 4 years now, following your work and doing research, and became sort of a mission, not so much of a, well, it's sort of a mission, let's say that. You see something and you don't let it go, because it's simply, you catch on to something that's so truthful, and you want to seek what's behind there. So it changes things in your life so radically, where you start addressing things that are not part of the normal narrative. Things like technology aspects, where you start in the medical aspect, start healing in a different level, where you start space traveling, where you start talking about extraterrestrials, where a lot of things are becoming a discussion point in your life, where a lot of people in your normal surroundings are not accustomed to. So you become ridiculed very quickly in this environment, where, you know, simply people are allowed to ridicule people that are talking about radical things. And that makes it very hard for a partner to stand strong in that, especially when they do not understand or have no um, um, drive to go into depth at all They simply let go. And what you said about jealousy, it's very much jealousy. It's sort of your partner feels that um, there is no connection anymore. The level is in a different level, so they feel that they're not on the high level, or they feel like as partner you're at a different level, and that makes it very hard in discussions or in anything you're trying to be a partner with. You want to be on the same level, or being seen on the same level, or at least like treated to be on the same level. And that's for a partner very hard, and it makes it for a lot of knowledge seekers, I guess, in that level, pretty much of a discussion point in the kitchen table, where you cannot address these things from your heart, and you don't feel heard, and the partner feels like alienated, and it becomes a havoc. I simply went through a divorce, changed my life, have a new partner, and full support in a whole different level. And that's what everybody needs to have. And if that didn't fit before, you need to address the things that you are doing wrong in your life. I've done that, and I saw things that were not properly constructed in my life, and that needed radical changing. And that's something, I guess, that happens to everybody that goes through a spiritual awakening, where you take more responsibility for your own soul, and that's what results sometimes in a divorce, and or trouble in marriage or in relationships. So good luck with that, everybody. Thank you.
I understand a lot of times, as many of you know, as much as I teach or I try to share knowledge, Caroline does in the private teachings and some recent public teaching. And as we travel around the world, it's become very interesting to understand how much you're connected with your partner. And yeah, sometimes, as she teaches, as many of you were not aware that we traveled to China or whatever, the teaching in Europe starts like 4 o'clock and we were in China, and it was like 7 hours ahead. You start about something in the region of 10, 11, and it goes for 3 or 4 hours or 5 hours. And if we were not connected and we didn't understand, it's for elevation of the humanity, and the partner gets upset. I want to sleep and you're on it. But in so many ways, when I fall asleep and I hear Caroline sharing knowledge with the others, I wake up and in my sleep, I hear she says something which I think it needs to be interfered. I just say, Caroline, can I? She says, I thought you were asleep. I said, no, but I'm asleep physically, but I hear what she's talking. And you see many of her teachings, I come in, or while she's teaching, I cook and we share, and we invite the private students to the table to share with us dinner and say, have a nice dinner. Because it's not just sitting there being formal and just being a partner. Is in a way we have made partnership with all the knowledge seekers, and the people share with us the knowledge. And this is when you have a partner who understands the position of why we are here for, we stand the roughness, the smoothness, the pleasures and the sharing, then the life has a different meaning. And then when somebody is totally physically oriented, there is nothing wrong with it. It's the structure of the life. At the end of the day, we have to wear clothes and feed, as we say, as the English say, you have to feed the mush. But at the end of it, what we take with us. When I explained earlier on about this guy who had a brain hemorrhage, when I was explaining, and the people who were listening to me who were concerned or involved in it, I felt a sense of freedom. I managed to explain through that you're trying so hard to hold on to put this body of the man in the pain, where he wants to be free because he cannot help what has been done to it. With that process, maybe I freed the man from the pain, maybe I elevated his soul that he reaches no physical pain. And people understand. And The lot of problem in partners is to understand, and in so many ways, the way the foundation is going, we have to understand in the coming time, all these Maghreb units and the others will come to become part of the elevation of the soul of the man. Would we go and buy a water for, let's say, diabetic, or do we create a condition that the soul of man elevates, that it can transfer itself through, that there is no need to have a system for diabetic? This is the ultimate goal. These are intermediary positions we have to go through that people understand. But the ultimate goal is freedom of the man from physicality and openness of the space. Every man, even in Amazon, understands this technology fully, as does a professor who wants to object to it, because then the professorship has no title. I was with Richard, I went through the pain with him when he went through this. And it's nice to hear that you have found peace, because your soul is clear in what you're doing, and I could understand why you went through it, but never interfere, because it's not our job. We just pray for your soul, that you find peace with it, and it's nice to hear from you after a long time.
Yes, thank you very much. It was a rough time, but it's getting clear right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Many people in the foundation go through this process.
Hello, Miss Cash. This is Charles. May I ask a question? So if at a time when humans have their freedom, and so I was wondering what's the form of their marriage would be?
Don't go there. I think it's a bit too early to teach that.
Okay.
But the marriage of souls is the most beautiful marriage, but sometimes takes in a position of the strength. In the English language, we call it the soulmate, but in the universal language, when you find your soul of your partner who shares, it's very much like you balance a share. You know, a metal with a metal magnet, or a wood with a wood magnet. It's the same. It's the strength of the soul of the partner which you find in the space. The easiest way I can explain is a twin star. You know, you have always, you never have a single star. It's impossibility to find a single star. Does not exist. At the moment of the inception is always two. Even a neutron has a twin. But because we don't see it, we see it in one atom, we don't see it in another. So when you have the interaction of the fields, if the interaction of the fields of the earth and the sun leads to creation of such a beauty as a man, you can imagine what does the souls do when they create from their interaction. It's beyond imagination. But you need to bring it close enough that it can interact. We see a daylight on one side when we are in the interface with the sun, and it's a dark on the other side. And when you bring two souls together who are of the same strength, it becomes a marriage of two, it becomes a twinity. And its children of this are the stars of the future. And it's beyond, I cannot explain because I know this feeling very well. It carries all the attributes of the physicality and the dimension of the soul. And man has no understanding of it. It creates a lot of jealousy because they don't understand. And
that's a beautiful knowledge, or knowing, or appreciation of what does bring to the soul of the man, the elevation of the soul of the man. Because I think everybody's going through that experience of partnership and isolation, of feeling lonely, because you don't have that sharing aspect, you know, for what you're learning or what you give you an elevation. And talking about this, I think is opening a door to every soul to like taking responsibility of liberation of the limitation of what is given and receiving, because we're limiting ourselves to give. To It's like keys, like you're opening doors and more flow of plasmas coming, and we've been doing this limitation to ourselves and don't seeing the beauty of elevating. We seeing the negative side. So seeing the positive is like opening more doors and more doors to that joy, bliss of experiencing. I don't know how to put it better than that, because otherwise, what's the point?
Let me explain to you something very strange. When you speak with your accent from South America, with Latino accent in English, every time I hear, it brings so much pleasure and joy. It's just a voice, it's nothing more. Because one of the women I really admire and love in my life is from your part of the world. And the love of this woman has come through the love I have for her husband, who's my cousin. Because I admire this guy. He's very spiritual. And he's married to a lady from South America. And my whole family adores her. She's so much spiritually strong. And we love somebody which we have no connection with, but through the person we love, we share the love with. And it is amazing how just a voice brings that love back. Understanding how much you can love somebody just because you love somebody through the love. It's like very much says, the God says, I created thee to create children that they may love me. That through their love, I understand the love I have created you with. And so it's us who needs to understand. It's us who creates the limitation. Even the limitation of our own soul to passes the boundary of the physicality of ourselves. And this is very hard for a lot of people. Because if I can create the soul of giving, you respond back, then it becomes one. The beauty of it is we can speak this way, not in a theology or speaking about the soul. Now we understand how we can elevate our own soul through the systems which we developed ourselves, if we cannot do it in the direction of the physicality of the system of the body of the man. Would it be a time when we pass the shops on the street that we allow you to elevate your soul to the generosity, or we allow your soul to level of the love and the rest of it? Or would any of us ever will join these internet matchmaking systems to find a physical partner where we can literally reach the universe with our soul to find our partners in the universe? It's one of the problems of the space, because we have seen this in the past, and I'm sure it's going to repeat itself with the mankind. Where we love a woman because, or a man, because of the strength of the level of the soul created from the dimension of amino acid of this planet. And then we fall in love with another dimension of the strength with another creatures of universe which has the same. And then trying to match the two, which is one the physicality and one the soul, is a horrible time. Because none will understand the other unless the both are aligned and educated of the other. It's not having mistresses, it's understanding that you can, the loving is not creating, or as we look at it as a interaction, physical interaction, is in be able to give unconditionally to elevate the other. And this is the beauty of the creation. And then the ultimate goal comes for those who elevate to the ultimate point, that when they see the feel the field of the Creator, they give the entirely to the Creator, that it shines better as part of them. This is the ultimate, not a sacrifice, but the maturity of understanding. And not many creatures in the universe have reached this level. They reach so high that they touch what we say in English, touch the sky, which is the understanding, the strength of the soul of the Creator. And when you reach that point, there is no need you become the lover of the Creator, because by His creation has led to creation of so many things to be loved. And man one day, in thousands of years or millions of years, understand this word. I've been there, and it's beautiful to be in that position. I was explaining to Armand recently, there is a certain position I came across very recently, that by looking at the picture, it brought me back to so many ways wanting to be home. And I said to Caroline, I want to go home. I had enough of humanity. Because one picture, physical picture, brought in what I have sacrificed to come here to suffer so much to get mankind through. And it's not as it's enough. It's enough to, when you see and you remember the past, you understand what you have left to be here to change. And the image for a second is there, and the feeling and the emotion is, I'm not home, I want to go back. But it's worth, because you take the whole humanity with you and end all these sacrifices for nothing. And then you understand it's the love of the Creator which allows you to stand such a condition. And we have to love, and we have to understand, and that's why I set out to teach from the beginning to the end. Now, it's not the end, it's understanding when you get to this point how you elevate yourself further, because there is more to it. Now you have understood the soul is created from the beginning, and you understand now it's the soul who have to say what it created it at the end. And are you ready to sacrifice that what created you as a physical matter led to creation of you as a soul, that you give from the soul to protect the what which created you? And then you go back, the same question. Would you go back to give to the Creator that is led to, is love led to your own creation, that you become part of Him, that you can leave to more loves to be created? These are not theology anymore. Now we understand the process of creation. It's just that how much of our soul we are prepared to open up to become part of the totality. Is us who, as Richard said, lie to ourselves, but we have all the knowledge to become. It takes man 1 second to achieve the light of the Creator, if you understand it. And man can travel millions of years and never mature. Thank you very much. I think it's time to call it a day. You're reaching the 4 hour limit.
Mr. Keshe,
Thank you.
can I make a suggestion, please?
Yes.
We are you're teaching from 193 until now about the soul extensively, and also prior here and there, and also we have the technology. Is it possible to use 2 of the public teaching to just have a question, because we have a lot of questions?
Yes, we can do next week.
One for the soul, one for the technology, so people can go back and understand everything, and everybody they can have homework and come and ask any question that they have in make it a Q&A public teaching for two sessions.
No problem. I don't think our masterminds. Do you mind, Rick? You
I
gotta
don't
read the questions.
good format. I would suggest there is something that ties in with that, which is the new program we have called the Quote Quest, which I try to promote every opportunity. And you can go into the Keshe community forum, and there's a quote quest with quotes from different workshops. One of them, I think, is the 194th that has a dozen quotes from it. And you can click on the links where the quotes are. It'll take you directly to that point in the video where that quote came from. And then
have you collected any quotes yet?
Yes, there's about, I don't know, at least 40 at this point. So, and they're rapidly increasing, and more people are finding out about them. I'm really enjoying it because some of the quotes I get drawn right into. They're just so beautiful and so succinct and direct. And someone said they cut like a knife right into your heart, like, you know, and it does. It's very direct. These quotes.
Would you like to read some of them? At least I know what I'm talking about. At least I know what I've said.
Yes, it might be a good reminder for you. I can try one here. Do you mean right now or in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rick, where is the location of those?
Okay, I'll put the location in the.
I put it in the chat already.
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, put it on the screen that people who don't disconnect with the chat, they can read it.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Okay, let me just get my screen up here, and I can actually show the way it works. It's really it's a great thing, and it actually ties right in with what Azar is talking about here. So let me share the screen. Let me see. Okay, so this would be the screen for the quote quest submissions. Let me go back to the forums here. I'll show you where to get to it. This is the main forum. It's in the community.keshefoundation.org/forums. And that's where I put the announcements for all the workshops and so on in the forum there. And then the fourth topic down, it says Quote Quest. You can provide your favorite quotes from Mr. Keshe. And when we go into that, it gives you a choice of the Quote Quest instructions. And that's basically how to set up your quote so it's in the right format so that we can read it and click on it. That's the big feature of this. Like, for example, this is one that I liked from a long time ago. This Mr. Keshe goes back to March of 2013, if you can wind your mind back that far. And it's almost an eon of time in a way. And this, you see the highlighted link here. Actually, I don't know if it will. I actually have to share my desktop window, I think, in order to have that come up properly. Let me reshare. And I have to share the sound and see if that works. And optimize, I think, is the way to go. And if I click on that link, which I was just showing you,
that single, if you have a single atom in a cubic meter, that plasma will cover the whole cubic meter. Yeah. So.
Okay, so that was the quote, that if you have a single atom in a cubic meter, that plasma will cover the whole cubic meter. And I thought that was really, it struck me at that time, because we know that there's at least a single atom in every cubic meter of the universe. So in effect, the plasmas are all connected in the universe, just in a, strictly scientific way. And if you look at it from a plasmatic way, it's even a greater understanding than that. But just from the simple point of view, it's so profound. So I like that. And that linked to that first Keshe public teaching workshop. In the public teaching workshops, there's 10 of those which came before the Knowledge Seekers workshops. So this was about a year before the Knowledge Seekers workshop started. And I think they came out once a month at that time. So that link takes it back to that workshop. And there's actually a lot of information in that first public teaching workshop. It's 2 hours long. And when I initially uploaded it, it could only be in 15-minute segments at a time, because that's all that YouTube would allow back in 2013. So there's eight parts to this first public teaching workshop, but each one of them has some of these really profound statements and great information about the reactors and how they work and the gases and this and that, all the ins and outs of how to create with the patent drawings, those kinds of reactors and the gases at that time and so on. And it's great stuff that people can refer back to, but it's so time consuming to go through all the videos if they're 2, 3, 4 hours long and so on, especially the Knowledge Seekers workshops. It's overwhelming. But through these quotes, through the quote quest and these little quotes, people have a snippet. They can take a sample and see if they like it. And I was scrolling through and found some that others had posted, and I really liked them. They were really neat. Let me just go back, and you can scroll through a few here. There's another one I had. There's no full vacuum state in the universe, and I thought that was a nice one. Oh, this is actually one that I wanted to bring up. This is from Mr. Keshe. The secret is in your brain. And I don't know if I'm sure you'll remember this one, Mr. Keshe. I don't know if you remember the exact statement, but
Mr. Keshe?
The secret is in your brain.
You're funny.
Depends what is secret to you, and it's a knowledge to me.
And this was Lady Dragon. You remember Lady Dragon, Mr. Keshe, I'm sure. And back in May of 2013, and she had asked a question, and you might, if you go to that comment, you might wonder what's that all about. And so if you go back a little bit, and ends up that Lady Dragon is it the exact? Somewhere around there, I think. Let's just listen to this back again, because it's interesting what she's talking.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's what I thought. That's the way it was with. And so the secret, like you said in the World Peace Treaty Conference, you show your reactor, and you said the secret is inside. So it's the mix of the gas is actually the secret, right, Mr. Keshe?
The secret is in your brain.
You're funny.
Depends what is secret to you, and it's a knowledge to me. It's just what you are looking for. Very recently, I had a very strange experience, and
okay, I'll leave that at that. And if people want to find out more about you explaining that strange experience, which made you say that comment, then they'll have to click on the link in the community.keshefoundation.org, and then they can go directly to that part of the video, and they can listen to it and get more of the details. Now that I've
now you know the secret is the soul of the man.
Yes, well,
5 years to explain this.
Yeah, it could take 5,000 lifetimes perhaps of work to try to keep explaining it, because it's always at the core of everything. And we always need to be reminded, it seems, as humans in this gravitational atmospheric condition that we find ourselves in here. And it's just we get forgetful that we have this soul part that is the main game. Like you mentioned, going to space, it seems to be the main thing to do in space is to learn more about the technology of the soul. In other words, how to interact with others and how to get to other levels, other dimensions, how to exist and position yourself with others and all this kind of thing becomes important. And like you say, if you don't have arms and legs especially, then what are you going to do? So even if you have arms and legs, and there's only so many laps of the starship you can do before you get kind of bored with the physicality thing. Anyway,
Richard here for a moment. Could we get like a quote for good morning?
Pardon me? Could we get what?
Can we like search for the quote for good morning?
Search for a quote. You can, well, I'll show you briefly that
because the good mornings are quite interesting every time when they happen.
Well, now to mention that we don't have a search function. I mean, you can search in. I would suggest that people would, for example, if I had, you can search for the word Keshe and good morning, and see what comes up, because it will search the existing transcripts. Of course, it searches for Keshe, which is a singer, and so on. Okay, there's a PDF that has good day, good morning, and good afternoon, and so on. You can see a list of various good mornings. But I'll show you another way to do this, because Google's getting better and better, and especially with the more transcripts that we get uploaded and captions, then they all get searched with Google. Whoops, I shouldn't have done that. Just a second here.
Yeah, because a good morning would automatically trigger a rewind then on the video, because before that is always a statement by someone else that woke up.
Someone else that shut off your audio. Sorry about that. We had some feedback here. Okay, I think we're okay now. Just a minute here. Let me get my thing back up here.
The Keshe Foundation, an independent, non-profit, non-religious, space-based organization.
Just got to get this set back up to where I was in the community channel here. Just a minute. Okay, so yeah, just wanted to show. So we have the quote quest and so on. It is, people are submitting their quotes, and the quote quest is the idea. So if you found something that was of interest in the in one of the workshops, you could make you could clip it out with the timestamp and put it into the quote quest submissions in the community.keshe Foundation. But it's interesting if we were to hang on one second while I bring up my bring up the YouTube channel briefly. Actually, what I can do is just go to the video, and then I'll just stop it. So what you can do in YouTube, or when you've got the your browser window open, is you can actually search in any particular video that has the captions. You see the closed caption little switch here, and you can select, of course, different languages depending on what's up there. There's happens to be Dutch at the top there, Richard, and so let's look at that briefly. You look at, switch to Dutch, and you've got your Dutch subtitles. And but let's go to English just for now. And now the feature is that you can, on at least on my Mac, I think it's the same on Windows or similar. if you push Command F, it brings up a little search window on the upper right side of the search or of the browser window, if you can see it up in the upper right hand side there. And then you can search for various keywords.
Show the transcript first. Click on the 3 dots there after the word share.
Yeah, that's actually the
open
way
transcript, and then you can search there with your Command
Yes,
F.
that comes up with a window here, and you have to select the English rather than English auto-generated, which you need to turn off in this particular video still. And that gives you the transcript of the whole video, the whole roughly, basically the whole video.
Yep.
So what you can do with this little search window here is search for keywords. So what would you like to search for, Richard?
Yeah, good. That would be one.
See if good morning shows up. I'm not sure. Yes. So what it is I type in good morning, and it shows in the transcript the first instance of good morning. If I push my return button, it shows the next instance and the next one, another one. And I think is it going back? I think that's there's 4 instances in this particular video. So that gives you one way to search, but you'd have to go through each video basically one at a time to search out good morning to find that quotable quote that maybe you're looking for, where Mr. Keshe says good morning, meaning not good morning, good day, good afternoon, but good morning, hello. You just woke up.
The enlightenment one, yeah.
Yes, you just woke up, good morning.
Yeah,
and to do that is there's actually a nice little program that can help with that, and it's called Video Word Search, and I've been working with that recently. I've been actually working a bit with the developer to help him make it a bit more streamlined. And so in here, let's say we put in Keshe and good morning. Let me see, do I have to put I think I might have to put a comma in there. This searches, and we'll search. Then I can hit the load video switch, and we'll see, we'll get some things that aren't from Keshe, but it'll have, shows a couple of Knowledge Seekers workshops. There's a number of other ones. There's a whole list of different Keshe related videos that come up. And then I take out the word Keshe and just search for good morning, and then click on the, I don't need that coming up. Just hang on a second here. I'll mute the video, mute the audio. And I click on it. Okay, there's in the 202nd Knowledge Seekers workshop, there's 7 lines that have good morning in them. So you could quickly search through and see if there's one that seems applicable. They all seem sort of general good morning sort of things, right? So then I go to 207 and click on that, and I get another list. I check through good morning, good morning.
That makes it very easy.
Don't see any great ones there, but you never know. Okay, here's the, this is interesting. This is the part 1 of the public teaching workshop. I'm not sure what that'll be. Oh, it's just another couple of good morning things as well. But you can see how you can go through and rapidly search for whatever comes up in transcripts for the words good morning. So you're bound to.
I think that makes it very easy for those who are writing the Book of the Soul.
Yes, exactly.
Together. It's got to be taught, because as you know, we are I said always when I write the book of the soul with the final one, and now whatever, because we are teaching and there's not much time to write, I teach the book of the soul, and our team in the background putting all the pieces of it which taught about the soul to the compilation of it will become the book of the soul. And it's easy now. I understand how easily it can be done. It's not easy, but it can be done very easy, fast.
Yeah, this is a very nice program, and there's a possibility that we might be able to make such a program too, to even put on the website for searching all the videos or something like that. That would be very nice to have. But just to have this, it costs, I think, about $50 for this application, and it just came out recently. It's the guy's been working on it for a while, and he has another transcript type application that he also has come up with, as well as has done other work in the past in the same sort of way. So just wanted to show that. And then once you have your list, you can actually save the results as a text file, and it comes up, and then you can I can show that, you know, there's got a full list of all the quotes from that line, and the timestamp where it came from, and the video link right in there. So if some of the transcribers were searching for particular, you know, like for example, soul of the physicality is a good thing to search. And there's lots of instances of soul of the physicality in the various workshops, and that could be, you have a list then of all the soul of the physicality instances.
Thank you very much. It's very nice. It's very useful. It makes it easier a lot for transcribing. Sorry about Caroline was laughing in the background. I do apologize. She can't stop laughing. Shall we call it a day? Or do you want to do another quote from somebody else and then we can go?
I have a question, Mr. Keshe. Go.
Yes, Mr. Jamal.
Good day, Mr. Keshe. Mr. Keshe, in your teaching, one of the knowledge seekers asked you about something, about how to tap to the memory. And you said, no, I will not teach it now. I will teach it later, because maybe you will not comprehend it in a good way. You use it in different way. So is it a time to teach that?
No. The teaching of the going to the memory of the man needs a lot of strength in the soul of the man. Because why do we go back to the memories? This is a good one. Is it, how do we have enough strength to face the memory of it and then be able to handle it? It needs a lot of strength in the soul. I can take you back to the memory of the seeing the Christ if you were present at the time. You do it yourself. I can take you back, and I promise people will be able to do it, to see the condition of the soul of the Moses. It's very easy because it's within you. And then what would be your reaction when you see the true essence of the, let's say even the crucifixion of Christ being present there? Many people were present, and their genes has carried the knowledge across. What about if you're a Muslim and you are a true Sayyid, and then I can take you to see what Muhammad promised not to be done? How would you feel? Are you strong enough to be able to do it? It's a very, very, it needs a lot of understanding to understand the whole totality, and to be able to search for the truth within the physicality, and then can you stand the memory?
I think Mr. Keshe, we already knows, especially the knowledge seekers who is here for years. In a way.
I hope so. I hope so. There's a path to the memory which you go through the soul. It's written. It's there, which we gather. the physical brain disappears in the dust. And as we understand more and more, the time will come that we'll do. You will do. Whatever I've taught is within the capability of the man and his soul. It's just for the man to be knowledgeable to be able to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much indeed. Shall we call it a day?
Okay, one more quote here, just to say that this is one of my favorites, and this is from Marie Calve, who's put in a series of quotes from the 194th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And this one that I like, I'll just highlight here. It says, the captain is the soul of the man, and the spaceship is the dimension which the soul decides to manifest itself. I just thought that that said so much in that one sentence that you could almost design and build your spaceship with it. And
we choose the spaceship to be our physical manifestation. We can make any spaceship as we can do in the space.
Exactly. So it just says it all, and you can do it in the physicality dimension if that's what you decide, or you can do it on the other higher dimensions, basically. So the click goes right to that part.
We don't see your screen share. We only see the KFS side 209.
Doing correctly.
Shall we call it a day? Because I think we passed the 4 hours.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So as Azar asked for, next week we answer. Next 2 weeks we just answer questions, and maybe in the questions we find a lot of solutions for a lot of us, and a lot of ambiguity can be gone. But I have to tell you beforehand, Dr. Azar has allowed only 3 questions in both sessions. Otherwise, we'll have time for anything else.
Can we do next week, and then the one after that be in March?
We'll see. Let's see what happens. Let's see how we do.
I won't be in the country for after that for 2 weeks.
Maybe we do it in 2 weeks, then at least people get a chance to ask questions, Azar.
Okay.
Let's see what happens.
A little special workshop when Azar's not here.
Yeah, I think we put one night, one session on Azar question time. Let Azar interview. The beauty of the whole work is, in the coming weeks, we'll see emergence of the Keshe Foundation in an international level. We'll see the emergence of the Keshe Foundation, which is you, as part of the international work. We are working in that direction. There's a lot of efforts going in the background. There's a lot of work done. Those who are sincerely working day and night to see it happening. Those who believe in the work of the foundation, and those who understand the work of the foundation, the changes it can bring. We need your support, as we say, to support through the souls those who are bringing this change to humanity. They are risking a life in their lifetime, and they are taking a lot of risks and a lot of chances, but they need support in so many ways. Keshe Foundation has reached beyond understanding of many of us, but there is a fear what is going to happen, and there should be no fear. It should be pleasure that we bring peace to humanity. And as I said, maybe the most memorial pictures I'll carry in my lifetime is that man with the hammer trying to dig the ground to bring the knowledge from Africa, which we look so much down to by the others, to become the center of the knowledge where the man will go. I promise I'll make Africa the center, shining star of humanity, and I will not move, because that way we all become equal. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Keshe. Great session today.
Do I get paid this time?
You get paid double once again for this one.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, the check is in the mail.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for attending the 209th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, February 1st, 2018. And I think Flint has some music for us to go out on here, and we'll complete this session. See you next week.